Hello, everyone. I want to welcome you to the Collier Prize Showcase, the first workshop in what will become an annual symposium featuring the best accountability journalism in the country, focused on state government and ways that we can do more of it. Our program today includes 4 informative workshops with a short lunch break at noon for those of you who are here in Gainesville. I hope you can stick around for all of it, but do come and go if you need to as it fits your schedule. Before we launch into our first session, it's my honor and pleasure to introduce the Dean of the University of Florida College of Journalism and Communications, Hub Brown.
Thank you, Rick. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
All right. First of all, I want to thank the talented journalists, and it is really good to see you all again, who will now share their expertise with us today, and who will also set the table for how we got here and what we'll experience. Now, in 2019, Nathan Collier, a prominent Gainesville businessman, developer, and proud Florida Gator, put his money behind an important mission, encouraging investigative accountability reporting on institutions in every state. That mission led to the creation of the Collier Prize, first awarded at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, the Association Dinner in April 2020. With that $25,000 first prize, we believe it's the biggest journalism award in the country, focused on state government institutions, and it's also the most prestigious in the country. Then last year, Nathan upped the ante with an $8 million gift, the largest single gift in the history of the College of Journalism and Communications, to permanently endow the prize and establish an annual symposium on government accountability reporting. So the award will incentivize reporters to do this hard and important work. And the symposium will help provide the journalism community with the tools to do more of it and to do it better. This showcase, in person, right here in Gainesville and live streamed everywhere, is one step forward toward our full-blown Collier Prize Symposium, which will take place on November 13th. Please mark your calendars. We are extremely grateful to Nathan Collier for this generous and visionary gift, and I'm proud to invite him up here now to say a few words. Nathan?
I stand before you at an incredible, crucial time in our nation's history. As many of you know, I'm honored to serve on the Board of Overseers of the Columbia Journalism Review. They tell me I'm the longest-serving non-faculty member. Most of you know Nations Magazine and Victor Novoski, who was publisher for many years. A couple decades ago, we met up at an executive ed program at Harvard, and strangely, we became fast friends, and he got me on the board. We speak often of the need for the vibrancy and the survival and the business model for a free press. As I look over this group, and as I meet the students here, I know that the times ahead of us will be turbulent, but we will survive, and this group will help us survive. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. We think this work is so important, and we could not obviously do it without you. And now, let me quickly introduce our first panel, which features the team that won the 2024 Collier Prize, a collaboration between the Texas Tribune, ProPublica, and Frontline. With us today, reporters Loimi Creel, wave Loimi, Zach Despart, and research reporter Lexi Churchill. Our moderator is Ted Brightus, Senior Investigative Lecturer at the University of Florida College of Journalism and Communications. Ted is a decorated investigative reporter with the Associated Press before joining the University of Florida, and the person who ran the Collier Prize competition from its inception. Ted?
Yeah, thank you very much. Just to set the stage, to talk about the work that they did, I want to remind everyone. So we'll go back to May of 2022 in Uvalde, Texas. The tragic shooting at Robb Elementary by a former student, 18-year-old Salvador Ramos. The death toll was 19 students and 2 teachers, and 17 others were injured. What was sadly and tragically sort of notable about this instance was he remained in the classrooms for 74 minutes, for more than an hour, before the U.S. Border Patrol tactical unit breached the classroom finally and fatally shot him. And so that delay, after a generation of school shootings that we've all experienced, and after police departments and police agencies have learned you've got to be proactive and sort of rush the shooter, and for the fact that that there was that lapse was particularly notable, and was really the focus of their really excellent journalism. The shooting took place, this was not in their backyard, even by Texas standards. It took place about 3 hours from Austin, where 2 of them were based, and 4.5 hours from Houston, where 1 was based. So I think we're going to start with some clips. These are body camera video, audio interviews, audio recordings from the scene. So trigger warning, there's some upsetting visuals here, but this was among, and we'll talk about this. This was among a source dump, a confidential source providing all of 2 terabytes of information that really fueled their exclusive reporting on this, and we'll talk about how they processed that and how they obtained what ultimately led to some really revelatory reporting.
All right, so I'm going to play some clips for you. And I just want to add to what Ted said. There were nearly 400 officers there that day, many of them arriving pretty quickly into the response. And they were from about 24 state, local, and federal agencies. So we're going to watch a few clips.
Do we have anyone that's hit on this side? Huh? Any of the kids or anyone hit?
No, we don't know anything about that. No kids are.
Who's asking for the pool? Everything's closed. Like the kids are not in there. Can we check with the office to be sure if anyone's? It's either 111 or 112.
You don't see any bodies. You don't see any blood. You don't see anybody yelling, screaming for help. Those are motivators for you to say, hey, get going, move. But if you don't have that, then slow down.
Room 12? Where's room 12? Full of victims. Child call 911 saying the room is full of victims. What? The room is full of victims. Child 911. Child 911 call.
Room 12.
Shh. Don't know, brother.
Room 12.
These are.
Said victims room 12.
No, we hadn't heard that. No, we're in the 4s, right? This is building 4s.
Anybody hurt?
No, not here. No, sir.
Yes, there are.
Here?
Yeah.
EMS in there already?
No, sir. We have an shooter still in there.
Yeah.
He's in here.
He's in here. Yeah.
I'm just gonna stand right here. Be ready.
The last contact, hey, hold on. Last contact we had was one of our school PD officers. His wife is a teacher. She called him saying she's dying.
They just had a kid in room 12. Yeah, they had a kid in room 12. Multiple victims room 12.
Maybe 15, 20 minutes maybe. Somebody finally found the master key. We tried it on the janitor doors there was a janitor door where we were on either side of the hallway. We tried it on those, it worked. We were stacked on the hallway leading to the room. Just getting ready to make entry.
At 12:50, 77 minutes after the gunman entered Robb Elementary, the officers move in on room 111.
Okay. Let's get kids. Kids, let's get kids. You okay? What's your fire? Kids.
The BORTEC commander, he finally gets the right key from a school employee, puts it in the door, opens the door. The gunman jumps outside of a closet and fires at BORTEC officers at the front of the stack. He grazes one of them in the head. Multiple officers fire back and hits the gunman and kills him.
EMTs first! EMTs first!
What we later learn, and the state committee that examined the response determined, is that the door was likely unlocked this entire time.
Okay, so we're gonna skip, unfortunately, through the rest of the videos because we don't have all
Hey,
the
okay.
time.
I kept going back to who?
I'm gonna kick it to Zach.
So I'm going to talk about the investigative trove that Ted had mentioned at the beginning of our presentation. So the shooting had happened in May of 2022. And one of the first things that we and many other news organizations had done was file just tons of records requests to the many relevant law enforcement and government organizations in Uvalde who had responded to the shooting to begin the reporting process on what had happened and more specifically what had went wrong. So clearly in the response to the shooting, all of those government organizations had denied the records requests, had cited exemptions under Texas records laws to not fulfill those requests. So that was a brick wall very early on in that process that prevented really any important investigative reporting from happening, which was really frustrating, especially because the initial police narrative, if you remember in the early days of the Uvalde shooting, that the police initially said that their response was good, was effective, was false. We were unable to effectively evaluate what went wrong and why. We had to figure out, okay, how do we get around the refusal of these government agencies to release this information and find another way to do this? So we were able to find a confidential source to release to us this investigative trove. It was, like Ted said, a couple terabytes of information, which enables us to do the following 2 years of investigations that was the work that eventually wins us this prize, but really a ton of other investigations. So when we say investigative trove, what do we mean? This is body camera footage. This is the crime scene photos that investigators took. This is all of the radio traffic from all of the agencies. Like Lenny mentioned, there was more than or almost 400 law enforcement officers from 25 agencies that responded. And one of the most important pieces of information that we didn't initially realize was so important, but was so crucial, was all of the post-action interviews that law enforcement officers did with essentially their superiors, which was law enforcement officers in their own words explaining what they did that day and why, which was really the first time in an American mass shooting that journalists and by extension the public got to understand, sort of the inside out of a response like this. So that was the trove essentially that enabled the rest of our reporting.
Zach, can I back up just 1 second? And when you talked about the public records requests and being stymied and being denied, and they're citing exemptions, how credible were those exemptions? I assume it was, well, it's an active investigation underway, and so therefore we need to withhold the stuff until we're finished investigating. The gunman was dead. We know who shot the kids. We know what happened that day. So why not release the information? Were there lawyers involved? Were other news organizations pushing on this in court?
All of the above. So, essentially we had filed about 100 records requests going to many of the agencies that had responded. And slowly but surely, in Texas, agencies have 10 days to give us an initial response. So we knew within about 2 weeks that we weren't going to get anything. Every single agency was immediately responding, and the process in Texas requires you to appeal the records requests if you want to withhold them to the Attorney General, and then they have about 2 or 3 months to rule. So within a few weeks, we knew that all of the agencies were trying to withhold the records. Within a few months, the AG did rule that they could withhold the records. And what each agency was citing was essentially all exemptions, but it specifically the ongoing investigation exemption that you had mentioned. And that was problematic for a lot of reasons, because they said every record you've requested, all 2 terabytes in total of the records, cannot be released because it could potentially interfere with an investigation. And it's important to remember, as you said, the shooter in this situation could not be prosecuted. He had died. And up until this point, the only officer who had ever been prosecuted that we know for a failed response to a mass shooting, or in general, was the Parkland, the school resource officer who had responded to Parkland. So there was a lot of skepticism that this ongoing investigation would even lead to a prosecution of the officers. So all of these agencies, led by the Uvalde DA, who was undergoing this investigation, were withholding these records indefinitely, and there was a skepticism that they would ever be released because it wasn't clear that there would be a prosecution ultimately. And so the Texas Tribune and ProPublica, along with about a dozen other news organizations, ended up suing in the fall of 2022. Those lawsuits are still ongoing. The city of Uvalde last fall did settle with us and ultimately released some of their records, which added a few more details, but we had reviewed most of them at that point. But the state police and the school district and the county sheriff's office continue to fight our records lawsuits.
So for the journalists in the room, really important sort of teaching moment, proceed along parallel tracks. Go the legal route, request the records, but also try to leverage your sources. Try to convince or persuade someone to leak important information to you.
Yeah, and actually on that point, the next point I wanted to make was on that same route, Ted, which was we got the records in October of 2022, which was several months after the shooting had happened. And one of the big questions I wonder about is why did the source that we got them from give them to us when obviously many, many reporters knew that these records existed in theory? Why did we get them? And I think the best explanation for that is we had done our best to do investigative reporting in those interim months without the records. I don't think the reporting was terribly revelatory, but we tried to build sources on the ground. Lemmy and I had done some stories, tried to build sources, but I think that the sources that ultimately gave us these records saw that we were doing our best, were working with the community, and thought like these people seemed like they're trustworthy, they are doing good work, they would be good stewards of these records, and that's what ultimately won them over. So putting your best foot forward on that. The 2 terabytes, it's just like, we're talking like hundreds of hours of video footage, of audio records, thousands of images, documents, things like that. It was just a tremendous amount of information to process. So from a logistics standpoint, it was very difficult to kind of wrap our heads around even what we have to figure out how to organize to build our investigations around. So from the start, we had a team that was much larger than the 3 of us, that we just spent a few weeks just going through the records to figure out what we had. We built a master spreadsheet. This is just one of the sheets on it. You can see on the bottom, like the number of sheets from there extends well beyond all of those tabs. I can't understand or overstate enough the importance of like being organized from the beginning and like how much that pays dividends in the long run. The footage, obviously, because this is a school shooting and we're talking about crime scene photos, and autopsy photos and body camera footage is extremely graphic. Because we were organized, it allowed us to not eliminate, but certainly minimize the number of times we had to review the most graphic parts of it, because we could take notes and refer back to those notes rather than having to look at the footage over and over again, which was helpful from a trauma standpoint. And it also allowed us to not have to kind of reinvent the wheel every time we did an investigation. We could sort of use this as this master template and do a bunch of investigations rather than have to do like a ton of legwork every time we tried to do a new story going forward with all of these. These are just a couple of stories that we did initially based on this before we got to the Frontline partnership. This was a partnership I think we'll talk about later this afternoon, and the partnerships panel. This is one we did with the Washington Post and ProPublica and the Tribune. A little three-peat, some lessons learned from there, but very cool story in the end about the medical response. And then another one that we did with ProPublica about the police specifically in their post-action interviews explicitly saying that they didn't enter the room once they learned that the gunman had an AR-15 style rifle, which was one of the revelations from specifically those interviews.
So then in year 2, this would have been the beginning of last year, we knew that we still had so much material in the body cameras, but also the post-action law enforcement interviews. And so we decided to partner with Frontline and go more comprehensively through all this material. I mean, we had gone through a lot, as Zach mentioned, but there was still so much. And so we pretty early on decided on the angle of training, because we were trying to answer, okay, there were nearly 400 officers there, including from, state and federal agencies. So what went so wrong? I mean, the big sort of takeaway was that no one took charge, and it was this little school police chief's fault, everything else. But there were so many other officers there, theoretically well-trained officers. And so how is it that, that nobody else did anything? So we partnered with Frontline, and again, just began to go more systematically through all the footage. This is, I think, one of the transcriptions of the body cameras. And so one other thing that we had to deal with was, because we didn't want to upload this material online or risk it being kind of coming out, we were actually, in the beginning, doing all manual transcriptions of both the body cams and the interviews, which was very time-consuming. But then later on, we developed this code that kind of did some AI-generated stuff, but we still had to go back and look at that. Play that for you right now. But we also, one of the other things that we had to do was, so we not only had to kind of place all the body cameras together. One of the things that Zach didn't mention, but he was key in, is a lot of the body cameras didn't have the right time codes on. So he kind of developed a system that we use later to correct the time codes. And so we kind of put them all together to sort of create this chronology. But we also, from that, use the body cameras and then the law enforcement interviews to identify officers in the body cameras, where they were, what time they arrived. And that helped Lexi, who's going to talk about that in a little bit, request their training records, and so that we could see what training they had actually received. This was just to give you an idea. I mean, we were working so with Frontline, we were making a documentary, but we were also doing kind of a narrative investigation at the same time, all in the space of about 6 months. So it was a lot of organization and a lot of different editors involved. And so we, to help that sort of early on, began sketching out how it could, sort of in time buckets, how we could possibly put this all together. That helped us later on when we did actually construct the documentary and the story. we also decided pretty early on this framing of both sides of the door for this story. And that was the idea that, you know, the kids, we had also interviews with the kids among this trove of footage. And the kids were all saying, you know, that they could hear the officers outside, and they were calling 911, and they were told to be quiet. And so, like, the kids were right there on this other side, on one side of the door, while the officers on the other side of the door were saying they didn't think anyone was inside because they were so quiet. So it was kind of that idea of that contrast. And then also on the kind of kids front in particular was a challenging part to handle. I lived in Uvalde for more than a month, just meeting with families of kids who had been there and kids who had died, because we decided early on that because of, you know, how traumatic this had been in that community, but also it was the right thing to do, that we weren't going to name or use any, we didn't use really any, we certainly didn't use graphic footage of children, but we also weren't going to name or use their audio interviews if we couldn't get their parents to agree. So that was sort of the purpose of that whole month, is just meeting with families who by that point, you know, 2 years after, had already been traumatized by all the media coverage. So that was pretty challenging. But we were able to get several of them to agree, which meant we could use their audio interviews, which were really, really devastating, and some of the footage after they were rescued. And this is, we also just built on Zach's organization, and you can just see how many, many different timelines we had to try to put this all together, which was very complicated. And then I'll pass it to Lexi, who handled this sort of separate research part of the project.
Yeah, so as Loami and Ted had mentioned at the beginning, our framing of the project with Frontline, both the online piece we did and the documentary, was around this concept of active shooter training. How after 25 years since the Columbine school shooting, were law enforcement still delaying so much in responses to these mass shootings after 25 years? So in order to understand that, you know, we wanted to answer these few questions, and once we realized that there had not been a definitive piece that had answered these questions before, we decided that we were going to do it ourselves, since we could not find the answers. So one was understanding, you know, what level of training within Uvalde did the officers have as far as active shooter training, and then in Texas and nationwide, what were the requirements as far as active shooter training at this point? And then taking another step back, in those 25 years since Columbine, historically, how did the response to Uvalde compare to the others? Obviously, we know there have been other delayed responses, two of them, you know, two of the most famous ones being here in Florida. So as Loami mentioned, understanding the active shooter training within the officers in Uvalde was a bit of a challenge, because that took identifying each of them before we could even request their records. So this was a gradual process with us working very closely together, as Loami was identifying officers through the body cam footage, through their after action reports. We would file the records requests, and we would slowly compile, we created our own database of what active shooter training that each officer had. And so this is what the reports looked like. There's a few, you know, specific, it's typically called Alert in Texas, are the main courses for active shooter training. So we would go through each one and pull each of the courses that they had taken. And we created our own database. This is just a small snippet of it, but what we ended up finding is that most had taken at least one training since they had graduated from the academy, but clearly that had not been enough, and about a third hadn't taken any since the academy, which was a stark contrast to what all of the experts we spoke with said, which is that you need to have repeated training. You need to keep up with the different tactical lessons of how to respond. You need to continue practicing the response so you have that muscle memory, so that once you're in a situation like this, you don't just freeze. It's just an automatic response that you know how to do. So this was the finding in the story. As I mentioned, you know, 72% of the officers that we had found, state and local, who responded, did have some form of active shooter training, but it was not enough, as we said. And then digging deeper, one thing experts said is that typically, the more well-funded law enforcement agencies will have more training available to them, and that's exactly what we saw in this. We had the breakdown between state police, the city police in Uvalde, and the sheriff's office, and that's exactly what you saw as far as the training. The other aspect of this was doing 2 separate 50-state analyses of the current training requirements for both officers and within schools, which should be an easier thing to do than it is, but unfortunately it's, especially on the officer training side, an entanglement of laws and regulations and unwritten rules that make up this very difficult web to follow. So that took months and months of us tracking down, following up with the state agencies, sometimes multiple within the same state, to understand what exactly is required both in the academy and outside of the academy. And then we did the same for school districts. We actually decided to do this much later in the process. So about a month or 2 before publication, we decided to do the same 50-state analysis for what training is required within schools, which was a bit of a crunch, but the results were quite compelling. We ended up finding that at least 37 states across the country do mandate some sort of annual training within schools, these active shooter related drills, but only Texas and Michigan have laws that require those same equivalent drills for law enforcement. So across the country, we're requiring our teachers and students to have more training than we are for our police.
And the Texas law only came about after Uvalde, right?
Yeah.
So maybe we can pause here, Ted, if you want to. This was just our fact check document, but
yeah, let me start by asking and preface this by saying, I know we don't talk about our confidential sources, but let me ask anyway. The golden key to your reporting turned out to be the 2 terabytes of information that gave you a significant head start over what eventually was a Texas legislative report, sort of postmortem, also a Justice Department 600-page analysis of what went wrong in Uvalde that was published a month or 2 after your project. So you were ahead of the ball game. The golden key was the leak. How generally would reporters encourage a courageous insider, a whistleblower, to share very sensitive information when it's being bottled up in the courts and it's not being released through traditional public records means? And tell us a little bit about your efforts to protect your source. You said earlier you didn't want to upload anything to the cloud, presumably because you didn't want to get it leaked, but also you didn't want anybody filing a subpoena that could identify your source. Was there a leaks investigation? Did this person face consequences for what this person did? So whatever you're comfortable sharing about a very sensitive subject.
Yeah, it's a good question, and I'll share as much as we can about it. So we knew the records existed, right? And we knew a constellation of sources that, in theory, possessed them. So I think
there is a state police investigation going on, a DOJ investigation, and the DA was conducting an investigation, all who theoretically would have access, right?
Yeah. So like in general, like cast a wide net is a good rule of thumb for most like things that we do. I think there were potential sources that we viewed as more likely to give us the information. I will say that there were a couple sources that I got close with that ultimately like said no to releasing it, and that's fine. I mean, it was a little bit frustrating where I was like at the 1 yard line, and I respect people who said no. It was a huge ask. I mean, the pitch more or less was like, I mean, we knew that everyone was saying, all the government agencies were saying no. So it was like, we've exhausted all of the proper channels because we would rather get stuff the proper way. We are happy to do it the proper way. Our first instinct is not leak us the documents. That is the lazy way, I guess. The other part of the pitch is like, I think humbly we have a good track record of good reporting and that we are responsible about it. Because the other part of this obviously is the sensitive nature of this subject matter. And there was a protracted part of the of the discussion with these particular sources about like how will you handle this source material, and without getting too much into that, we assured them like we're not gonna publish images
basically graphic
we're not going
of
to publish
dead
children. We're not going to publish images of gore or blood, which we have never. In the second part of your question, we are not aware of any leak investigation. Not to say that there isn't or wasn't one, but we were certainly prepared that there would be one, and took precautions that there would be one. Like Loemi said, like we didn't use transcription services like Otter or anything like that, which we don't own. We, to the extent possible, like kept things offline completely and used computers that weren't, at least initially, connected to the internet. And because before the state reports were online, it was extremely sensitive material, extremely sensitive, that hadn't been public. So we were very careful about that.
And we had no reason to doubt. I mean, of course, we knew the sources would have access to this information, but also the way the file itself was organized. It's that FBI interview, and you listen to the interview, and it's an agent identifying himself as an FBI interviewing an officer. I mean, we had no reason to doubt the veracity of the information as well, right?
Mm-hmm. And especially for the young journalists in the room and those watching online, I want to emphasize a point that you made earlier. You had been writing credibly and with integrity and accurately about this, and so you were able to establish a reputation through your bylines that you could be trusted with this kind of sensitive material and sensitive content, that you weren't out to sensationalize and run up engagement, that you were doing very substantial, very serious journalism. And that's a terrific way to sort of embolden trust with some sensitive sources. So 18 months, you spent 18 months on this. Tell us a little bit about the logistics of planning and reporting such a competitive story. Everyone in America, all the news organizations were chasing this story. Walk us through your collaborative reporting and writing methods. You weren't necessarily in the same room next to each other frequently. So you were working remotely. What were some of the biggest challenges, and how did you overcome these?
I mean, as Zach said, when we first got the material, we did several stories pretty quickly, and then we partnered with the Washington Post to get out the medical story, and that was also done fairly quickly. I think about 6 weeks, right, maybe. And then he led the AR-15 story that was in the early part of last year, and then we partnered with Frontline. And part of that reason was because, although by that time, CNN obtained some material and published some stuff, NBC did some. They were based in Uvalde for 2 years, but I don't think they actually ever published this material. I can't recall. But it was very competitive, right? And so that's sort of why the first pace of the investigations were a lot quicker. Mm-hmm. But then we realized, all right, so people were just publishing sort of like, especially CNN, were like pieces of this. And that's sort of why we thought, what is this step back, and how do we put this all together? The documentary is more really just the police response. It doesn't focus on the children. So the police response from beginning to end, and really very much in their own words, using the law enforcement interviews, and then the story is more the both sides of the door. And that was, I think, just because we realized there was still that vacuum, although there had been this much national attention to it. Yeah. And as for how did we, I think we all worked remotely. Like I live in Houston, they live in Austin. Our frontline colleagues were in Boston and New York. But we were all working with the material together, and just communicating often. Especially towards the end, we had more than daily meetings. So.
And we have a panel this afternoon on collaboration, and you're going to talk about your experience with Frontline. So I won't dwell too much on that, but why Frontline? How did that sort of approach and pitch come about?
Well, I mean, honestly, it was led by our editors who wanted to partner with Frontline, and ProPublica has a standing relationship with Frontline. But I mean, I think that the reason for it was that, look, there's a lot of body camera footage in here. Like, while Zach and I and the Washington Post visual forensics team did an excellent job, and they separately made sort of a small documentary on their own. You know, Frontline just has a lot of resources when it comes to, if we really want to overlay all these body cameras and all the law enforcement interviews. I mean, they have sort of the technical expertise where we're bringing the expertise on the ground and the reporting and the material.
Zach touched on this a little bit, the emotional toll of reviewing what turned out to be some really graphic material. Tell us about how, as a journalist, you process what you were looking through.
Yeah, I think it's hard. I think it's hard sometimes to understand the toll it takes on you personally. I didn't work on this as long as Loemi and Lexi did. I largely stepped away from it after the AR-15 story published in March of 2023. And I think, I mean, at least for me personally, my wife told me at one point that I was just like angry a lot. Not anything in particular, just like irritable all the time. So I told the editors after the AR-15 story, like, it's been a year, like, I gotta not do this every day. So that was helpful, and they were supportive of like stepping away from it. It's hard, and we've talked about this sort of in prepping for this panel. To work at a news organization that's very supportive of like the work that we do, and understanding the toll that it takes, but also in a really competitive environment, it's hard to like balance those two things about like take the time that you need, but also we have these deadlines that we want to like meet for these things. So I think that as a field in general, and not to lay it all at the feet of ProPublica and Tribune, we're still figuring out how to meet those two competing goals. But I am happy that we are openly talking about how to meet them.
And it is important that editors recognize the trauma that their journalists sometimes can be exposed through, both visual photographers looking through the lens at awful scenes, reporters who are reviewing this material, interviewing victims themselves who have gone through trauma, and be mindful of that, and also that the companies themselves offer, you know, ERP resources, counseling services when necessary. It's not always necessary, but sometimes it may be. Tell us about the dealing with the families of the victims. You were in Uvalde for over a month. How do you talk to parents of a child who was killed, or parents of a child who was wounded, or just who traumatically experienced this? How do you convey compassion genuinely?
Well, yeah, I mean, it was really hard, especially because, like I said, at that point, it was almost 2 years in. And so if any of you have covered mass shootings, I have before, you know, typically what happens in the first 2 days, that all local, national, international media descend on a scene. You kind of find the families, and the first family that speaks to a reporter, they're still so shocked, and so they kind of, you know, say everything. And then after that, kind of reality sets in, and the families no longer want to talk because they're legitimately grieving and going through trauma. And also, unfortunately, they've been harassed by that point by so many reporters. So this was 2 years in. That was tough because the families, for the most part, by that point had said, okay, we don't want to talk anymore. In fact, many of them had signs up still that said, if you are media, leave, or I will call the police. So that was like really difficult. It took a long time just to get people to open the door initially. But what helped is that so many of them were so desperate for information, and many of them didn't even know what had happened to their child. Like, obviously, both the ones who had lost children, but even the ones who still had surviving children and were suffering from trauma. So one of the things that we agreed I could do with my editors is I said, look, I have your child's interview with the therapist. Maybe it'd be helpful for you to hear that interview and hear what they went through, and then we can talk about it, and then explain what we were trying to do. We're trying to, you know, we have all this material. We're trying to make sense of what happened that day. And I think because they were still and so thirsty for knowledge, so angry and confused, that helped them to come on board. Now, some families never did, and unfortunately, we couldn't use those, those interviews, but many of them did, and I think that was why.
It's a terrifically sensitive approach. We wanted to leave time for questions from the folks in the room and also from online. So, do you have questions for our panelists?
Oh, 1 second. Sorry. Bring in a microphone. Just so everyone's aware, the speakers and everything are for the live streamers so that they can listen.
Oh, sorry. You mentioned that you got the interviews of the children talking to the therapists. What are the legal ramifications of that? Because I know that when you go to therapy, you can't really disclose the information.
Well, it wasn't really, sorry, I said that wrong. That's an important point. It was actually like an FBI agent who is interviewing. It's not like their personal therapist. Sorry, I said that wrong. They kind of call them like the FBI because it's especially people who work with children. They are, I believe, trained therapists, but this is not their own interviews with their own therapists. This was part of the law enforcement investigation. And so we only use them when their parents agreed that we could use those snippets. I don't know if that's helpful, but that's an important clarification. Yeah.
How and where did you securely store the dump?
We used hard drives, and we used individual ones. That way we wouldn't have them on a cloud.
On each of your computers? You all had the dump?
We used individual drives, yeah. That way there wouldn't be a single place that could be centrally located, yeah.
I just wanted to say that relying on confidential sources I don't think is cheating. I think source development is a skill that a lot of young reporters have lost over time, and a lot of people rely almost too much on public records. And working for an organization that fights for public records, increasingly states are now denying public records almost like as a default setting. So I think what you did was terrific, and I don't think it was cheating.
Thanks.
You mentioned that in the wake of this, Texas strengthened its training requirements for law enforcement dealing with school shooting. Did anyone step forward to try to change the public records law so that the public could know more about these shooting events than they currently do?
So no one changed that aspect. No one said, there's not a law now that requires agencies to release body camera footage after officer-involved shootings or mass shootings in general. There's not that change specifically. That would obviously be great. However, there was part of the law called the dead suspect loophole that changed after this, and it's a bit complicated to explain, but essentially it's a loophole that had often been used to withhold records, investigative records into officer-involved shootings when the suspect died. So if there was a police shooting and they ended up killing the suspect, they would never have to release those records because of this loophole. And so that was a real fear in this situation because the shooter had been killed. So there was a fear that we would have these lawsuits go on for years and years and years, and then at the end, because of that, they would still be able to withhold it. So someone did close that loophole, which is an important aspect of it.
And in fact, in some other states, after school shootings, they go the opposite direction and they try to tamp down on the release of information. After the Connecticut elementary school shooting, the legislature was asked to pass a law that would prevent the release of the 911 call recordings from inside the school. And when I worked at the Associated Press, we fought in court and won, and were able to get access to the 911 recordings. But yeah, it's sometimes they even try to go the opposite direction and tighten down what can be released, because it is, sensationally traumatizing. You've got dead children, and it's an easy legislative move to make. Do we have questions from the online audience too, Rick?
Well, I have one.
Okay.
So I wonder if you can unpack just a little bit what happened post-publication. I know there has been more action in Uvalde in terms of criminal prosecutions, et cetera.
So, well, we published. Do you want to use the clicker just real fast? We did several more stories looking at kind of after action reports. Oh, maybe we don't have that there. Never mind. And we did several more stories, sort of looking at basically how rare it was to get all this footage in Uvalde, and like how after action reports typically, as in Pulse and Parkland, don't necessarily blame officers. And so after that, what happened is our story published in December and the documentary in December, and the next month the Justice Department released their 610-page report that they had spent 2 years on, but with many more people than us. And it essentially replicated a lot of our findings. They looked at the training of each officer there. They found that many didn't have enough training. They recommended, which was quite unusual, that each officer in the country going forward receive 8 hours of active shooter training a year, which they'd never previously done in other after-action analyses they'd done for other shootings. And they also replicated a lot of our findings, but importantly, like as in the narrative of what had occurred, but didn't identify most of the officers like we did. So that was, sort of comforting that we had kind of reached the same conclusions. And then shortly after that, the Uvalde District Attorney launched or announced that she was prosecuting 2 officers, the school police chief and the first school officer that had arrived at the scene. So that is still ongoing. And it seems unlikely that they will face any charges, but that they will be found guilty, but that kind of criminal case is still ongoing. Is there anything else I missed there? Yeah,
there's a few other.
I think we have time for one more question.
Okay. You talked a bit about source building and reaching out to the different families. How did your approach differ when you tried to talk to law enforcement agencies and to get sources in that particular community?
So we reached out to, certainly all of the law enforcement officers that we ever mentioned at any point in any of the stories, but many, many, many more beyond that. We didn't have, correct me if I'm wrong, any interviews with any responding law enforcement officers for any of these investigations, which was unfortunate. The post-action interviews were a goldmine, and we let all those officers know, like, we have these interviews, like, we want to use them. We'd love if you could add anything you didn't have here or clarify or anything like that.
We sent them detailed questions and said, we have this in your interview, we're going to use this part potentially, and this part, and what about this part? So every officer named in every piece, we reached out to them personally on their cell phone, which we had as part of this job, but also to if their lawyer, if they had an attorney, which many of them did. Many of them, especially in Uvalde, are still under investigation, whether it's internally or it's now not by the DA, but at that time by the DA.
We did also share what we planned to report about the training that each officer had with the individual agencies, so basically the underlying data for our analysis. And a few of the agencies did actually respond and correct little things, knowing that the records could be out of date. So the agencies themselves responded a little bit, but since all of the officers were still under investigation, none of them responded.
Yeah, I would just add, I wish they would have participated more, especially because I think that certainly some law enforcement agencies feel like some of the other law enforcement agencies unfairly criticize them, and I would have loved more context for that. But you can only do with what you are given with participation.
And it's tough because, they were at that point facing multiple, at that point they were facing the DOJ, the DA, and their own internal investigations.
Well, thank you very much for your compassionate, courageous, sensitive reporting. Congratulations on winning a really prestigious journalism award. It was great to see you at the White House Correspondents' Dinner last year. Rick, do you need to wrap it up?
Yeah, thank you, Ted, and thanks to all of you. Really a terrific presentation. I'll also mention this work was a finalist for the Pulitzer Prize. So, and the winner of the Collier Prize. And we'll take a very short break and be back for our next panel in about 5 minutes.
Thank you all.
Welcome back. Next, we're going to learn from 3 experts on the cutting edge of public access to meetings, public records, freedom of information, and new technologies to assist in reporting on all of those important things. Charles Minshew is digital storytelling editor at the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, an award-winning data journalist who helps newsrooms excel in storytelling through training and custom data analysis. He's the former director of data services for IRE, that's the Investigative Reporters and Editors Group, the world's largest organization for investigative reporting. Joining us on the screen from California is Cheryl Phillips, an award-winning investigative reporter and editor who for the last 10 years has taught data journalism at Stanford. She's founding member of the California Civic Data Coalition, which is an effort to make California campaign finance data accessible, and the founder of something called Big Local News, which collects, processes, and shares data that's hard to obtain and difficult to analyze. And pulling this session together is Dave Collier, director of the Joseph L. Brechner Freedom of Information Project at the University of Florida College of Journalism and Communications. Dave is, without a doubt, one of the country's foremost experts on the Freedom of Information Act. Before joining UF in July 2023, he taught access to public records and data journalism at the University of Arizona. Lots of time before that as a working journalist. So Dave, please take it away.
Thank you, Rick, and thank you all for being here. For this session, we hope this will be practical news you can use. Tools that you can use in your reporting to educate the public and make you better access gurus, Jedis. So that's kind of the idea here. And we're going to start with Cheryl. She's going to introduce some cool data and tools they have at Big Local News for journalists that you can use in your reporting. I'm going to follow up with a demo of how you can apply some of this data that we've just launched a couple weeks ago, the secrecy tracker, we call it. And then Charles will follow up with AI tools and how you can use those for your process. So I think it'll be helpful. We'll certainly have time for questions and all that sort of thing. So Cheryl, we're going to start with you, and I have to give a plug. Cheryl was a board member for IRE, Investigative Reporters and Editors, and next month they're having their National Institute for Computer Assisted Reporting Conference in Minneapolis. If you're at all interested in data journalism, I encourage you to go. It's great. Or in June, the IRE conference, which will be in New Orleans, I believe. An amazing place to learn all these tips and more. So cheap plug for IRE, but I believe in that organization. It's amazing. So Cheryl, we'll let you start and show the amazing tools that you have at Big Local News.
Sounds great. Just as an FYI, I will be around as long as I can for the panel. I'm going to have to drop a little bit early because I have another panel in person here at Stanford. So, I founded Big Local News when I came to Stanford in 2014 with the premise that lots of local journalists collect and use data, and then after their project is done, it just doesn't go anywhere. And I wanted to be able to build a platform that would help folks share and use data so that they could have more impact in their journalism. So I'm going to share my screen and just kind of talk a little bit about some of the things that we do here at Big Local News. Hopefully you can take advantage of some of them. And let me just get to my slideshow. Oops, and I have to back us up. Sorry about that. So Big Local News is a tiny little nonprofit inside of Stanford. And I have a small staff of about 4 or 5 people. We're adding a couple more. But what we try to do is empower journalists with data, tools, and collaborative work. So we try to help with that last mile problem of maybe you'd like to embark on a data project, but you want to make sure that you're going to get your facts right. And we try to help with some of that as well. Right now, we're involved in some federal data collection efforts with a whole slew of folks around the country. This is just a little bit of the data that we've collected so far, or making sure is archived and available for folks who need to use it, because federal data has been disappearing from websites, as I'm sure you all know. And a lot of this federal data can be used at the very local level to track impact. And so we think it's really important that we collect this information and preserve it. So one of the things that we're trying to do with this data is take it around, process it, and turn around things like, how many federal employees do you have in your county? How much of a salary impact is that? Where are the contracts going in your community? So that you could really track where things might be at risk, or just even the impact on your own community. And we're working also with the Stanford Library to help process and archive census data as well. So Big Local News, again, it's a platform to share data and to collaborate. We collect both local and federal data, and we go after data sets that are sometimes hard to obtain that might be a big lift for a local news organization. Our goal is to create stories that help create impact. Right now, we have over 4,300 users on our platform. We have about 450 journalism projects with more than 5,500 files. You can have a private project. Most of the projects on Big Local News are private. You can create your own project, put your own data in there, share it to whomever you want. And then we have over 90 projects that are open to anybody. There's data on census, policing, schools, pharmacy deserts. A lot of news organizations put data in our platform and then open it up for others with kind of story recipes or guides on how to use it. We really try to do collaborative news projects. One of the most recent is one we did on drug overdose deaths, where we worked with the Baltimore Banner and the New York Times Investigative Reporting Fellowship. And this partnership really was local to local, in that we ended up with a lot of local partners where we found the same pattern of overdose deaths kind of affecting one key generation of Black men. And so this was happening in Chicago and Pittsburgh and Newark and Baltimore and Philly, Washington, D.C., Indianapolis, Milwaukee. So we reached out to all these local newsrooms and said, look, we have the data findings. We got them from the CDC with some special access, academic access, so it was very granular, but we can aggregate it up to the county level. We can work with you, give you these data findings, and you can go tell your story as best you think it should be told. And so that's what we did. And we all published on the same day, and I think it had a real impact, and we're seeing a lot of kind of local change out of this. We do a lot of collaborations. We have, and some of it is just like collaborating on census. Back when 2020 census came out, we worked with the Associated Press to put data into our platform so you can easily compare 2010 to 2020 census. We built a census mapper to make it really easy to look at the patterns over time, things like that. We've collected school enrollment data to track the impact both during the pandemic and then since the pandemic. And we've worked with a national expert, a professor here at Stanford on education, who provided kind of quotes and feedback and what have you for local newsrooms working as part of this collaborative. So those are just a couple of the projects that we have kind of collaborated with, and where we have data sitting in our platform with story recipes, with guides on how to use that data. Another thing that we do is we work with alerts. And so I know that you're going to hear more about Build Track 50 in a little bit, but Build Track 50 main monitor is a what we call a Data Plus member of Big Local News. And so they have access to Build Track 50, and they built their own search, their own kind of like embeddable widget on their site that allows people to track what's going on with the legislature in their state. And that's and they can get email alerts for any particular topic, any of their reporters. And that's a really, I think, vital tool. We collect all the layoff notices across the country. There's a federal act called the WARN Act that means that basically any large employer has to give a 60-day notice of layoffs. And most states post that data on their own sites. And so we scrape it all and bring it together, and we create like a little alerting system. And the Baltimore Banner, in fact, just did 2 stories about companies that were laying people off because of the cuts to USAID. And they found out about those because of the layoff notices. And all of that data, so even if somebody's not, getting the alerts from us, they can just go to our site and grab that data every single day. We put it into our site every day for people to access. We also do the same thing with the Federal Audit Clearinghouse. If you receive federal money, you have to submit an annual fiscal audit. And so we track all of those audits and flag the ones that are problematic. for our Data Plus members, so that they can then do stories about an organization that might be not handling its money appropriately. We're building out a platform called Agenda Watch, agendawatch.org. It's very much a beta platform right now, but we're about to scale it up. And what we've done is we've built a scraping system that goes out after the companies that provide services to local governments to post their agendas in minutes, which means we think we can probably in the next few months move up to about 2,000 or 3,000 agencies across the country. We have a couple hundred in there right now, but because we were targeting kind of the structure of the way the agendas are posted, we think we can scale up on this and create like an alerting system. And this is all free, an alerting system to local newsrooms who want to track what's going on in city councils and county commissions and things like that around the country. Because of course, observing public meetings is a really important thing, and it's harder and harder to do. So that's kind of what we're trying to focus on right now. Again, trying to extend newsroom search and newsroom reach through search and alerts. I have a lot of tools. We have a COVID case mapper that is kind of retired now, but we have a census mapper. We scrape information from courts, and we help journalists do all of those things. The whole premise behind this is something we call the DART matrix. It's the idea of creating kind of a cycle of resources for newsrooms and building up an infrastructure for local journalism. The way the matrix works is if you think about a level of data expertise in your newsroom, if you don't have a lot of data expertise, you might not care about streams of data, but you really care about training and you really care about recipes. And so we'll provide that for you. And as you have a larger team, you might really care about the streams of data, and you might even want to contribute data back. And you can help contribute to the recipes and training. And so it becomes kind of a virtuous cycle as you go through the kind of level of expertise and the types of coverage that you want to try to do. The whole idea is to build up the capacity to tell those accountability stories. So these are just a few examples of some of the other tools we have. This is a US Place sampler. Let's say you'd like to get a random sample of addresses in your community to send out information to or do a survey. You can do that from our site, from the US Place sampler. And you just basically draw a map of what you want and tell it that I'd like 2% of the population, please, and it will return back a data file with that information. We've used that in partnership with the markup to look at internet load times. But it's again, that was one of the challenges that the markup had. And so they built some code that allowed them to do that. And we turned it into an app to make it easy for anybody. This is just an example of what it looks like. This is the census mapper. I know it's been a little while since the 2020 census, but it's still very useful data. And one of the things you can do with this is you can zoom into your neighborhood county census tract and look at the patterns from 2010 to 2010. And you can then embed that as a graphic in your own site. You can also just automatically upload data to Big Local News. And this is just an example of trying to scrape information from local courts. We're still working on that one. But if you have a real need, reach out to us because we'd be happy to help. And then we're just trying to work at how to automate data collection. That's one of the other things that we're trying to build out kind of systems for. Yeah, I think those are kind of the main things that I wanted to touch on. I don't know if I've gone over or under time, but I'm also happy to answer questions.
Well, that was great, Cheryl, and we will take some questions now, knowing you have to leave soon here, so thank you. And I'll just start with one question. So with all this amazing data, these tools, these resources, if someone in this room or watching online wants to sign up, I'm guessing this must cost $1,000 a month subscription, yes? $5,000 a month?
The minimum membership is $10,000 a year for a single newsroom. Basically you can just reach out to us, and we have different levels that depending on the level of support, but that's essentially what it is. Sometimes it's, we'll if you have like a newsroom of, like if you have an organization of 3 newsrooms, but they're small, then maybe we just stick with that same subscription level. And I just want to stress that a lot of what we do is still open for anybody. For example, we have quarterly open office hours. We'll meet with anybody. Just come to our Zoom. We will help you with stuff. If you have a collaboration idea, you can't afford to become a member, that's fine. Reach out to us because maybe it's something that will scale across newsrooms. And so we'll be interested and we want to really help.
Right, right. But if there's a college student here who wants to check out this data, they go online and they pay $10,000?
No, if the platform is free.
It's
You go to Big Local News.
free. It's free for anybody
Yeah,
to go online,
that's right.
sign up. I think you do have to create an account that's free through MuckRock or
Right.
something or other,
Right.
and you can look at it and you can get access to most of this information.
You can have
Yes?
access. The only thing that costs money is the extra alerting services and the extra mentoring and training. But we do provide mentoring and training for everybody anyway, just on a quarterly level, and we provide all of the data that we collect, whether it's through the alerting, whether we use it for alerting or not. All the data we collect goes every day into our platform,
What a
so
good
anybody
deal.
can access it.
And a set of Ginsu knives too. What a
That's right.
deal. This is great. Any questions of Cheryl before she has to go? Oh, the URL address.
Sure, biglocalnews.org.
Biglocalnews.org. Check it out. Any other questions? A question here.
What does the DART matrix method help you do again? I didn't really catch that.
What does the DART matrix method do? What is that all about?
Yeah, so we're working to build an infrastructure in support of local news. And so we were trying to conceptually think about how that could work. And so what that means is that if you're a small newsroom, our focus is going to be on trying to give you tools and training. If you're a large newsroom, our focus is going to be engaging you in sharing the data you already collect so that we can provide tools and training to those small newsrooms. So it becomes like a bit of a virtuous cycle and a collaborative effort across newsrooms. And so we're working with a lot of other places, nonprofits, that are trying to create this kind of support system, this infrastructure in support of local news, so that you don't have to go reinvent the wheel every single time. You can plug into these systems that make it easy for you to access information, training, tools, as well as you become more adept at data, entire streams or APIs of data.
Great. Yeah, excellent. And DART's a little confusing, though. Why? Anybody know why DART could be confusing in journalism? The DART Center, right?
Right.
For trauma.
I love the DART Center. We actually have worked with the DART
journalism.
Center quite a bit
Yeah.
for our policing work.
Right.
But yeah, I didn't even think about that overlap. You're right.
Okay. Oh, all good, all good. What a wonderful thing you're doing, Cheryl. Thank you for creating an amazing resource for journalists. So check it out, everyone. And let me pivot real quickly, and I'm not going to take a lot of time because I want to give most of the time here for some amazing AI work. But here we go. Okay, where are we here? Here we go. So taking some of this data gives you a lot of options. And I want to highlight the secrecy tracker, which is in beta. We just launched it from the Breckner Center here, Breckner Freedom of Information Project, which, by the way, has been around here at the University of Florida for 48 years, doing research and education and access to government information. And feel free to reach out if you ever run into roadblocks. We're here to help. But we thought we need to monitor all the bills and laws that get through that make records and meetings secret, because that's really not done at the national level. So we worked with a company called BillTrack 50. And what's special about BillTrack 50 is, one, the founder is from Colorado, a member of the Colorado Freedom of Information Coalition. She drank the Kool-Aid. She gets it. And they scrape every state's legislative site for bills every day, Congress, D.C., and they transfer it into an XML format, a data format, structured data format, which then you could play around with. So I asked her about a year ago, hey, could you take your data and do the whole AI thing with it, the whole machine learning thing, and help us make sense of what's going on? And she said, I suppose. And I thought, well, we need to get $1 million grant to make this happen. And she said, no, I'll just work on it and on my own time. And she did, and she made it work. So if you could go to Bill Track 50 now and use that, there's a free option with most of the data available to you, and you can search it for any topic. So if you cover environment and you're interested in what environmental regulations being proposed in any state or across the country, you can search for whatever topic. And then you hit this button called similar, and it'll find bills that are similar to what you're after beyond the keywords. And it'll find bills that are spot on that didn't even have your keywords. It reduces false positives, and it finds bills that would slip through. So we thought, well, let's apply this to public records and meetings. So we developed the secrecy tracker, which allows you to see what's going on around the country in your state when it comes to this particular topic. And you can replicate this for any topic you want. So you go to one of these maps, and right now we're up to 1,900 bills it's tracking across the country, and you can click on your state to see what's up. We'll just go Florida, since we'll probably use that as an example. It produces an AI summary of the bill, because it can be hard to wade through legislative bill language, right? Who has the time for that? So the AI bill will do that. Let's pick one. Public Records Agency for Healthcare. I don't know what this is about, but we'll take a look. So it provides a summary, creates a new exemption for when it comes to some kind of health information, this sort of thing. Boy, exemptions. Do we see those every now and then? Every year, hundreds of exemptions. Thousands in the current country get proposed. Some are more meaningful than others. And some you want to be on top of, right? And so then you can take a look at the information, the document. And again, you can make something like this for any topic that interests you. It's very cool. You can embed this on your website as a widget. So your readers have access to all this. This is just a sample. It also goes back to her founding of the company, which is 2011. So 14 years of data that you can then look at trends. So you can look at trends nationally, you can look at trends over time, you can see what's going on, again, to any topic that you want to focus on. Then we add some extra things to it. The thing we bring to the table is we've helped train the model for secrecy legislation with our partners across the country, state FOI coalitions. So it's more effective than if you tried to do this on your own initially. So that's what we bring to the table, value added. And so check it out, and for two reasons. One, as a model for something you might want to do down the road on a topic or area of your beat that you cover, or tracking legislation in your state if you're a state house reporter. And two, follow it and see what's going on in your state to close down government and educate the public so they can take action if they wish. Secrecy is increasing at an alarming rate in our country. 10 years ago, if you asked for a record, you'd get it half the time, according to our research. Now it's down to 13% of the time, and it's a steady line down. And when it gets to zero, what does that mean for our society, for democracy? It is that imperative. And we all here in this room and online, we have an obligation to tell the public what's happening with their government. That's my lecture for the day. And I think we'll move to Charles and then open up questions afterward after he shows some great tools. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
I don't know. We have a staff member on our Zoom. You're welcome to join in.
Y'all need a second on the stream, or are y'all good to go? Keep going? Okay. So I want to talk a little bit about just how some experiments I've been doing with ChatGPT that I think can be expanded to any of the 50 states or federal government work that you're trying to do. But I've used Florida as an example, and we'll kind of demo some stuff that you can do using ChatGPT. How many of you have used ChatGPT? How many of you are afraid to use ChatGPT? Shouldn't be. It's kind of like the kind of mindset that I've had about it is I started out kind of being afraid of math and journalism, and then I ended up working in data. I've worked in data journalism for more than a decade now. I work with ChatGPT as a way to just kind of really kind of be kind of on the ground floor of what's going on with ChatGPT and helping kind of be mindful and just kind of, working with our standards folks at the AJC, working with people to talk about the ethics and, best practices for how to use ChatGPT. So the things that I'm going to show you today, you need to have a paid account to use this tool. It's $20 a month. It's something that you can kind of dabble with for a little bit and then drop it if you don't need it. You need to have a knowledge of your state's open records law, which I hope most of you do have. Florida has a pretty robust law compared to the other 49 states. In the Union, Georgia, we are pretty, have a pretty good track record of open records too. How many of you know about retention policies? Florida has a great resource. There's a spreadsheet for every policy, as you'll see, that I'm going to be using in this custom GPT. And you need to kind of have a general idea of what you're looking for. So you can grasp at straws with a tool like this, but having a little bit of, kind of legwork already done on what you want to get will help you. So ChatGPT, just the free version that you get, it's trained on information that's collected over that they've collected over years. It's based on Reddit posts. It's based on news articles. It's based on the whole knowledge of the web. So with a custom GPT it's mind-bogglingly easy to make. I'll show you. You can just give it trusted information, give it official information. So in the example I'm going to show you today, I gave it a copy of Chapter 119, so the entire Florida Open Records Law as it currently stands. So you think about things that you're going to ask a bot like this. You're going to say, can I request parking ticket data from the city of Orlando? I worked in Orlando for 3 years before going to IRE. So, I use a lot of Orlando examples. What's the retention policy on state payroll data? Are there any records concerning body camera footage? And can you help me write a request? So we start with the state law. I also give it knowledge that's already collected, like the Government of the Sunshine Manual. It's about 400-page PDF. And I give it all these spreadsheets from the general record schedule that says this is the kind of record that an agency holds, this is how long they hold it for, this is a description of the record. And then I let it search the web too. And I say, okay, go to any official state of Florida website, but don't use sites like Wikipedia. Don't use unofficial sources of information to answer questions. And to only use these official sites. And, as I work with this, you have to continue to add local government sources because not every single government website uses a state.fl.us or a .gov domain. Orange County elections is like ocfelections.com. So there's things like that you have to add in manually. But it's pretty cool because I can actually, the best way to build a custom ChatGPT bot is you kind of tell the widget maker what kind of widgets you want it to make. You tell it, I want you to do this, and it knows exactly, using the code base, knows exactly how to kind of build itself. It's kind of scary, but it's kind of cool at the same time. So I can ask it, can you help me write a records request for parking tickets written in Gainesville, Florida? And it's going to tell me, one, identify the custodian of records. So in this case, there's 3 possibilities for parking tickets here. There's the Gainesville Police Department, there's City of Gainesville Parking Management, Alachua County Clerk of Court, but because even University Police Department, it's going to go to the Alachua County Clerk of Court if you actually want to get that record. I'm sure you get lots of speeding tickets around here with 20-mile-per-hour speed zones. I remember looking at so many moving violations for your scooters too. So just always look for the 5-digit tag number instead of the 6-digit tag number. That's how you find your scooters very easily. It helps, and it tells you to prepare your public records request, and even can write the records request for you, and it's going to be based on Florida Statute 119. There are some links here. I would take a picture of this. I did not put a QR code. Actually, take a picture of the TV screens behind you because you don't have the lines in the middle of the URL. Including a copy of this presentation, which are going to look different. They're not going to look like these very stylish slides that they've put together for me. And no questions yet because I'm going to slide back over here. We're going to go to ChatGPT. Because I've done this for Georgia and I've tested it for Tennessee. And the Florida one's the only one I gave a catchy name to. I just called it Sunrise, shedding lights on Florida's open records. So somebody kind of give me something that we might want to look for in the state of Florida. What are we going to ask for from an agency?
Governor's travel schedule.
Governor's travel schedule, which I know what's going to tell me. I'm online. I don't know what'll happen when I search for this. Can I get the governor's travel records? I'm going to say including travel on his plane, which I know that was a thing when Rick Scott was governor too, that he flew around a lot on his private jet. Let's see what it tells me. And I made it to zoom in, but this is gonna be pretty, it's in dark mode, so I hope that's okay. It's searching when, it says, yes, you can obtain, but it doesn't know what we know, right? It doesn't know, maybe we have responses to records requests that we can give it as knowledge to say, well, we've been denied this before. So it's giving me options to look for things like travel vouchers. So maybe that's something you could look for if there's been a voucher filed by members of the governor's staff, and maybe not the governor himself. Maybe the governor has executive security that's going to be filing expense reports. I've seen that with the mayor of Atlanta, actually. The mayor's travel is covered a lot by his campaign, but he has 2 security officers who travel with him who get paid by the city and later reimbursed by the campaign. So we're able to get those city employees expense records. Paid $27 for a car wash in Memphis, Tennessee on the day that the city of Atlanta had a major water main break with hundreds of thousands of people without water for 24 to 48 hours. Also had a $50 steak at a restaurant, so those kind of things you can see through public records requests. It says, however, detailed schedules and travel plans of the governor, including arrival and departure times, may be exempt from disclosure if their release would reveal security techniques or jeopardize the governor's safety. So it's going to give me those kind of caveats that I might get, from agencies. I could go a step further and say, I would like to write a request to FDLE, and I can't spell this morning. And then it should very quickly give me language that I could write. And I'm okay, I use this at the AJC. I'm okay with having ChatGPT write a public records request for me because this is not something that's going to be published in the paper. It's not going to be something that I necessarily need to fact check. I just need to get information. So I need to have the most, I just need to have good information to at least start with. Because I probably will not copy this word for word and send this to the agency because it may not be putting it to the right place. I don't know if pru@fdle.state.fl.us is the actual email address to send a records request to, but it seems to think that it is. So it will write this request for me. And it is not wanting to let me scroll. Oh, it's over here. Let me get back. Scroll. Okay, that's okay. So yeah, I can. The thing that I like about this the most is, as I get more information, I can go and add to this. I just go in here and I edit this, and there's a link on those 4 links that I had up on the screen that will allow you to actually test this out yourself as long as you have a paid account. And let me go explore GPTs, my GPTs, and I will edit this one. So, for example, like I said, it would not find information from the Orange County elections website because it doesn't have that as a knowledge, it doesn't have access to that. I was like, I can just say, can you please add ocfelections.com to your knowledge base? And then you're going to see, well, you have to click the, you see the little wrench working over there. It's actually adding that to my configuration. I press the save button, and then that's going to be immediately updated. So if you're working in a newsroom with 5 or 6 people, or if you have reporters who need access to something like this internally, you just get one account that you kind of share a login with, and then you all just use the $20, $20 a month for 5 or 6 people is a lot better than one person, right? And then you can use this. Now, granted, I would only use this for public information. This is still going to be working with information in the cloud. Even though ChatGPT says they will not take your answers and actually add it to models, I don't always trust that guarantee if the information's not protected, or if there's a data breach. So I would not put non-published information in here. The everything that I've put in here is all this basic information. So, I give it conversation starters, and then I give it the knowledge that it's going to pull from. So this is the Florida Government, the Sunshine Manual, and these are all those spreadsheets from the general record schedules that have all the information about the different things that agencies keep. A retention schedule, if you're familiar with them, they don't, I call it a menu, but there are some things that are off the menu to you. They just hold them, but they're not they're still exempt from public records. So be mindful of that. I've built this for other states. I've built this for Georgia, for anybody that's online that's from other states, and I've also tested it with Tennessee. The same thing kind of holds true with the Georgia Open Records Guide. The state of Georgia does not have those great retention schedules that are just in spreadsheet format that are easy to pull from. But the Georgia First Amendment Foundation has published a yellow book on access to open records and a blue book on access to records of police departments and a red book on open meetings. So, that's a lot of knowledge that's already been distilled down that I can give ChatGPT. And the one of the last thoughts I'm really thinking of is that you could take things like Attorney General opinions that further clarify the state that you're in for their open records law to really give it context that it needs to kind of point you to records and to help you write your requests. I'm probably talking way too fast. We still got about 15 minutes for what's up.
No, we're going to talk about this a little bit. So Charles, first, we're going to partner and do this for every state.
I want to, yeah.
All right.
I've got some emails I need to respond to still about that.
Well, let's say a reporter, any reporters in here? What's your beat? K-12 education. Okay, so say there's a reporter who covers K-12 education.
Yeah.
And they want to create something like this really geared toward that beat, right? What do you suggest they do? Is that possible? And what could they create?
So one thing I would do is that at that point, I would build something like this that really hones in on Florida's Department of Education website, and then as many of the local school boards that you cover, whether that's Alachua County, Orange, whatever, and just have it say, hey, go find everything on this website. Because, we still know it's important to build sources within those places. We've seen that with the Uvalde reporting this morning, that not everything is going to be accessible online. But a tool like this will kind of help you uncover everything that is accessible online. Because, there's so many agencies that post spreadsheets and documents and stuff. They share it within the office, and this can find it because somebody just put it on the internet.
But this reporter could actually request a detailed budget from the school district, for example, that isn't online already, feed it into it. They could take other documents, feed it into it, and before you know it, what kind of, one, they could ask it what records are available.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking right now. What records for K through 12 schools exist? And it's probably going to give me an entire list of things that exist.
Tons of story ideas. What else could you ask it that might be helpful?
I'll ask it, general questions about what exemptions might apply to this request, because I want to anticipate what they're going to push back with. So you can kind of spend some time having ChatGPT negotiate with you on ways around, especially if you don't have access to an attorney right off the bat. You can go ahead and just try to game out some of those possibilities of roadblocks that you're going to run into from an agency.
Maybe feed in the Reporters Committee for Freedom of the Press Open Government Guide, maybe specific case law to things regarding K-12 public records. Then you can start citing cases left and right. So that's great.
And these are the K through 12 records that just gave me the list from the retention policy for the state of Florida. For GS1 would be the General Schedule 1 is where those records exist.
Cool.
And I think some from General Schedule 2.
So some people might be wondering, well, how do I do this? Is there a step-by-step guide to create this? What do you recommend? Do you have
I can actually give you the step-by-step guide in about 30 seconds here. And that is, if I have a paid ChatGPT account, I click on this Explore GPT button on the left. I create a GPT, and I just basically tell it what would I like it to do. So I would like to build a tool for examining records from all of Florida's, I spelled Florida wrong, 67 counties, school systems, and local systems. And it's going to probably give me some suggestions on what I could do. And you can't see what it's doing in the background. That's the one thing I hate, because it's doing all kinds of work with the algorithm in the background. And it's going to start limiting the knowledge base, and I start feeding it information. So it's like, okay, examines and analyzes records of Florida 67 school districts. There's more than 67, I think, especially if you have local. Show me enrollment trends from Miami-Dade. Compare budgets for 2 Florida school districts. And I can specify by count. I don't know if this is going to work or not. We're just doing this in 30 seconds or a minute and a half. Let's compare Alachua and Orange. Those are the first 2 that came to mind. And it's now searching the web. I don't know if this is true, but according to WFT.org, 612.8 million for the Alachua County Public Schools in 2024-2025, and OrangeObserver.com. I do not think they spent $6.75 billion in Orange County. Maybe they did. But it gives me sources. So this is kind of like I tell people, if you're writing a paper, never use Wikipedia as a source. But that source list on those Wikipedia pages are great for finding official sources. ChatGPT is a really great search engine. I would never use this to analyze data. I would never use this to do any reporting for me, but I would use it to point me to the places. I use ChatGPT on a regular basis to write Python. I write R, I don't write Python, but I use ChatGPT to write code in trusted languages and trusted tools that have been used for us by decades in newsrooms. And yeah, the Orange County School Board did approve $6.7 billion for their budget. So that was right.
Wow. And Charles, remind me, you had a link earlier to further information people could turn to do this?
Yeah, so these links right here.
Yeah. So if they go there, will there be instructions?
So I can add instructions. If you go back to this link right here, there's a Google slide. I'll be adding more to that slide deck. It's kind of one of those things that kind of grows as the knowledge base grows. So that link will always go there. And this is the tool that I was experimenting with just to kind of search through Florida's open records data.
And one thing that might be helpful in your guide is what kind of prompts have you found have been productive?
Yeah,
right? To give people a head start.
Yeah, I will say that prompt engineering is really important, and I've been talking to Tyler Dukes at McClatchy about this for a class we're teaching in a couple weeks. I can write a prompt that says, I want to write a very basic open records request, and it will do things like, I hope this email finds you well. I would like the budget for the Georgia Department of Transportation for 2024. That's not going to get you anything. But if you have to help guide it to be very specific in cases, because we're going to get that response back from an agency that's like, oh, this is an overbroad request. please adjust. So do that kind of negotiation when you write the request.
And my last question before I open it up here is, what stories have come out of all this cool stuff that you're doing?
So actually, at the AJC, we recently published an investigation on the use of pit maneuvers by the Georgia State Patrol, and we actually, as part of that request, we got 7,000 PDFs of information that show. So basically, here's how it goes. Georgia State Patrol does not keep track of how fast their cars are going whenever they do a pit maneuver. They're not supposed to do it for over 35 miles an hour. In this case, they were going almost 80 miles an hour. So we got these 7,000 PDFs, which will just describe things like, oh, we went 35 miles in 35 minutes. So, and it's written in a lot of different ways. Well, we fed ChatGPT maybe 10 or 15 of those documents, said, hey, can you read these sections and help us identify common language? And then we used Python to actually write scripts that would then extract those kind of, that specific language from those 7,000 documents. So instead of us having to read 7,000 documents and building a database, we were able to take a couple months of work and do it in a couple of weeks.
Did you have any reporters find story ideas by asking it?
We have not done that yet. We've been kind of, like I said, at the AJC, we've been using it primarily to write code and to debug things and write these record requests, things that are trusted, just to kind of get us there. But we haven't started asking it reporting questions yet because one thing, we're still kind of, we do have access to our company is owned by Cox Enterprises. It has a closed system that we use called Copilot through Microsoft. So that's something to be mindful of if you're using an open system that could send your information back out to the web versus one that's going to be tightly controlled within the company and protected by enterprise agreements and our attorneys.
Okay, great. Questions? We have one here. Pam Fine.
Can you clarify what you used, how you used ChatGPT to get to this story?
Yeah, so for this one, it was a matter of we had these 7,000 PDFs. I don't normally write Python to build PDF scrapers. So what I was able to do was to give it a copy of a PDF and have it look for the structure in the data and make suggestions on code to write so that I could more effectively scrape those 7,000 PDFs. And also, when I give it a random sample of just 10 that I pull from the 7,000, say, hey, how do they write how far they traveled in the distance and look for differences? So looking for patterns in the data. I also used it to write code that would just let me extract all the text so that now instead of 7,000 PDFs, I have 7,000 text files that I can also go and search. So never did the analysis, just helped me root out the things I was looking for to do analysis on.
So on the Collier winning Uvalde project, could they, I'm assuming they didn't use ChatGPT, but if they had, in watching that, what would you have suggested? How could they have used that to maybe streamline their processes?
Well, I would say y'all were dealing with very sensitive information. I don't think I would have fed any of that into ChatGPT. In the case of this story, I felt comfortable doing it because any person could have gone and got those records from a public records request. That's how we got those records, was through a public records request. So I'm comfortable doing that. I never feed ChatGPT like we get the Georgia voter database. There's 10 million people in that database. I never want to put the names, addresses, information about people in there because that's public information, but I'm still putting it into a system that can take a lot of action based on demographic information, even though it's a public record. So just very mindful about putting only samples of data into it and never the entire data set.
Another question, right over here. Our K-12 reporter.
You talk about coding as if it's second nature, building programs and analyzing data. And as somebody who doesn't know how to code, do you think it's becoming a necessity for journalists to have that information to build those programs and analyze data further?
I don't think it's an absolute necessity because I talk about coding the way I do because I've done it for more than 10 years and I've taught it at IRE and in classrooms for 5 or 6 years. So it kind of comes naturally to me to think about it that way. But I will say when it comes to Python, when I started working with it, it's kind of the same as my level of Spanish. I can listen to Spanish and understand it. I can read it, but I can never hold a full conversation in Spanish. It's just beyond my cognitive capability right now. Practicing, but not there. So Python, what I've learned is I now know kind of how to spot errors in code based on the work that I've done with ChatGPT. It can help you set it up on how to use it on your computer because it's the same as me going, how many of you have used Stack Overflow if you're looking for questions on the internet? I find that to be a very scary, sometimes a toxic place. I don't have the toxicity with ChatGPT. No one telling me, hey, try that yourself first. But I do think it's important to understand it and to surround yourself with people who might. Do you work in a newsroom that might have a team of people or a person who can do code work at all, or is it just you?
I don't think there's anybody,
Okay.
at least from my knowledge in my newsroom, that can often leak codes or has
So
code
I
knowledge.
would adjust this to say that the same things I'm learning how to do in Python, if you know how to use Excel, you can ask it how to kind of say, hey, I want to sort this data, but I want to filter out only cases that have 50, instances. And it'll kind of tell you, kind of walk you through step by step. Okay, click the file button, go to sort, go to open this window and add this filter to the checkbox. So it'll kind of do those things piece by piece. So when I say coding, I think any kind of computer assisted reporting with Excel or any kind of spreadsheet program will get you by just fine without needing to do this.
Charles, especially all the students in here and maybe journalists who want job security, would you advise they learn coding at NICAR or IRE or?
I mean, I
teach it?
think if there's a
Yes, ma'am.
task, if there's a task that you do every day and something that you find takes up, more than an hour of your time each day, there are possibilities of using tools like Excel or Python or R or, any other kind of coding language that can help you kind of adapt your day a little bit to take some of that stuff off your plate. And that's not automating it away from you in any way. That's just you gaining the knowledge to learn how to do that a little bit more efficiently so you can spend more time on the phone with a source.
All right.
But, go to NICAR. If you're a student, you can go for $100. And you can actually join IRE as a student member for 3 years after you graduate at the student rate.
Question here.
Probably the most common response a reporter gets when he or she is seeking a mass amount of information from a state agency is the need and time and cost of redaction. How does ChatGPT give you a way around this, or is it stymied as reporters
It's
are now?
probably as stymied as we are just because, if we're dealing with documents, I don't know if it's going to say, hey, how do you get around the redactions beyond, I've seen it say, request the metadata of emails rather than the full text of emails, which we've done, in Georgia quite a few times, just ask for the subject, who sent it, who received it, date and time, and say, hey, don't give me the full text. I'm not sure of a good strategy with ChatGPT to have it adjust a records request to get around redaction. But I would say when it comes to databases, I just tell agencies, don't export the column with the information that is exempt. I had an agency in Atlanta that wanted $13 million and 185 years to give us a water bill database, and it's because they have a notes field that they probably were keeping Social Security numbers in. And we said, well, don't give us the notes field, and I think that dropped down to $9,000 at that point, and less than 185 years.
Well, thank you, Charles. That was great. And thank all of you. We'll be here through Friday, so, ask questions if you want. And it looks like lunchtime, Rick?
Thanks, Dave and Charles and Cheryl, who is off to another meeting. Yeah, we've got a break now. There are box lunches in the room back there. We reconvene at 12:45. So please come back. And again, thanks again for a great presentation. And I should also say, boy, this sounds bad. We have your emails, but we will send you this when we get back with you to get a survey and feedback on these sessions. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Collier Prize Showcase. Our next session features an exciting project developed in California by the investigative nonprofit Cal Matters. It's called Digital Democracy. Here to unpack it for us, we have Neil Chase, the CEO of Cal Matters. Neil was previously executive editor of the Mercury News and the East Bay Times, where his team won the 2017 Pulitzer Prize for breaking news coverage. He's worked as an editor at the San Francisco Examiner, CBS Market Watch, and the New York Times, and was an assistant professor at Northwestern. But we forgive him for that.
Got to work somewhere.
And Dave Lesher, who co-founded Cal Matters and led the creation of Digital Democracy, an unprecedented custom-built AI tool that tracks every word spoken in California legislative public hearings, every dollar donated to politicians, every bill introduced, every vote cast, and more. And with that, Neil, Dave.
Thank you. Well, thanks, Rick. It's a real honor to be here at such a fascinating school where thousands of people wanted to go into journalism and communications. It's really, really heartening and good to see an amazing facility. Let me take you back 10 years, I guess almost 12 years now. A state senator in California, a Republican in the leadership in the state Senate, more of a moderate Republican, whatever that means these days, was leaving Sacramento after redistricting, and he was out of office, goes back home to San Luis Obispo, beautiful place on the coast, halfway between Los Angeles and San Francisco, if you don't know it, and didn't have a real good feeling about the experience he'd just been through. The way the money influenced things in Sacramento, the way you would get a bill that was this thick 10 seconds before you had to vote on it and have no idea what's in it and have to ask some lobbyist to explain it to you. And thought the legislature should work better and people should know more about it. And he got together with the folks at Cal Poly in San Luis Obispo, the university, created a center merging computer science and political science together, two sciences. For those of us who are poli-sci majors, we claim it's a science. And he was able to put this project together that is the roots of what we're going to show you today. And the whole idea was, let's take all the information we can find about the state government and make it available to the people who hire those people to go to Sacramento and represent them, the people who elect those people, the people who pay their bills, pay their salaries, and usually don't hear much about them in between. National politics gets all the attention, right? Some people know about their local politics. What happens in Sacramento, a $300 billion annual budget, the fifth largest economy in the world, matters really deeply to everybody in California. It affects their education, their health care, their housing, the environment, and most of them don't know it. Most of them don't pay a lot of attention to it. So they created this tool called Digital Democracy, got all the video from the state legislature, made it easy to use, easy to search, easy to watch, easy to make little clips of and send them to your friends, and brought in a bunch of data to help understand what's going on in California. It was funded at first by the Arnolds in Houston, Laura and John Arnold, who are great supporters of journalism. And they ran this thing for 5 years. And it did an amazing job of making government available and transparent. And as it grew, they expanded it to Texas and New York and Florida. And then after 5 years, they started looking at it and thinking, is this really doing what we want to do? Is it having the impact we want to have? You can imagine journalists were using it all the time, lobbyists, people involved in government, but it hadn't really gotten a lot of attention. It wasn't informing the public. So they took a pause, and they did some surveys of journalists, and we started talking to them. And what we're going to show you today is Digital Democracy 2.0. Dave is the co-founder of Cal Matters, which started 10 years ago this summer, exactly the same time Digital Democracy was going public. So he'd been watching it the whole time and was able to bring us into a conversation with them about the last mile. It's great we have all this information, we have all the video. What do we do with it? How do we get it to people? And I was relieved to find out the answer is journalism, right? Take this information, make it available and easy to use for journalists, put it in the hands of journalists, let them write stories about it that get to people and actually explain what's going on in the state government to the people who care about it. And so We're going to show you today how it works and what it does. We are currently using it in the Cal Matters newsroom. We are spreading it out to newsrooms around California, and we are looking at how to get it all over the country, especially with our friends at the Texas Tribune, from whom we have stolen every idea we had in how to build Cal Matters for the last 15 years. So finally we get to give them one of our things. It's not quite fair, but we'll do it. They have a big advantage. They've been a huge model for us. So I think what we're going to do first is let Dave come up and take you through it and explain it. And then we'll talk a little bit about where it goes from here, the impact it's had, what we think we're going to do with it. And we would love to take your questions, but also have a conversation with you about how we make this more useful all over the country. Dave.
Great. So digital democracy is really a response to the opacity, the increasing opacity in government. And, you know, I was an LA Times reporter covering politics for a long time, and including the state government for a while. And I can tell you profoundly that, you know, the opacity of state government in California is very different. The policy-making process has changed. You know, it used to be much more, the strategy to get a bill passed was to build public momentum through the media, to push something through the legislature. And now it's really a strategy of internal counting heads and backroom discussions, which, you know, the media and the public involvement is more of a distraction than a help. So it's profoundly different. And, you know, I think that's what this tool, to me, helps us penetrate. It's like, you know, we'll talk about it and I'll show it to you, but, you know, it's like having a mini investigative reporter in every single bill discussion in the Capitol. Even in the heyday of journalism, we couldn't do that. I mean, this little tool is listening to every word spoken, and then it goes out and it finds all the data relevant to that discussion and puts it in one place for a reporter. And it does that in there's 5,000 bills in California, every 2-year session. And every bill, well, some of them die early, but, you know, some of them have multiple hearings and floor sessions. It's all in the database. So there's a tool that you have that's watching all of this and watching the relationships between money and between legislators and supporters and opponents and their alignment in terms of past voting history and things like that. So you can really put together stories that you could never see before. You know, I also think, I really do think this is part of the future of journalism in an important way. You know, I think artificial intelligence is going to be everywhere. It's going to be in journalism. I mean, what we're doing with digital democracy is really training artificial intelligence on what data is in government and what are the patterns in the policy-making process so that it can identify the anomalies. And what do journalists want to know? What do reporters need to write a story? And, you know, we've been working on this for like 2.5 years. I mean, the AI has advanced so much in just that period. I mean, literally, just in the last couple of weeks and a couple of months, we've added different capacities for AI to improve what we've been doing. And, you know, I still think we're in our adolescent years in terms of the story ideas that we know AI is going to be able to generate, but it's come a long way in just the last year. Last year, we spent pretty much the year training the AI. So I'm going to give you a quick tour, and then, you know, I'll show you some of the stories we did, and then happy to talk questions and everything else. But you know, basically, there's this giant database, just in terms of what it is. Like, as we said, it has all this information, 6 different kinds of money, you know, everything from gifts and travel to donations and PACs and all their demographic district from their district, or demographic data from their district, election results, you know, poverty rates, voter registration. In addition to all the transcripts, I can search any word that's ever been spoken in a public meeting for the last 3 years. And so all that goes into a database that's really, it's all public government data, but it's all pulled into one place so that you can query it with one query. I mean, all this stuff is out there. You can go find it, but it would take weeks or months for a reporter to go out and stitch it together. And with it all in one place, we can do it like that. And so, so there's two things we do with that database. One is we populate this website, which I'll show you in a minute, but it's really designed for a broad public audience to give understanding and access to the state government. You know, who is your legislator? What do we have about them in all the data we have? And then what's the agenda this year for the major issues in California? What's happening on K-12 education, on environment, on healthcare? And then the third part about the website is you can geek out on it. You can dive in, and there's a very powerful access to that huge database, and you can, you know, go as minuscule as you want to. So that's one use, and the other use is something. It's what we call tip sheets. It's where there's artificial intelligence scanning this data constantly in real time as hearings are held, as votes are taken, and it's trained to look for story ideas for reporters. And when it sees a story idea, it prints a one-page, what we call a tip sheet. And I'll show you one, but it, you know, it basically has the story idea, and then it pulls quotes from the hearings and all the data that it has that's relevant to that conversation in terms of the parties involved, supporters and opponents, and things like that. So, so I do think, like I say, this is some part of the future of journalism. I hope you young people who are going to be in this business for a long time, you remember back to, wow, I remember when AI was just being started in newsroom. Yeah. Well, I was an intern at the LA Times long ago on typewriters. So, you know, to go from typewriters to AI has been quite a span.
Manual.
Yeah, manual. Oops. Oh, 3 fingers.
There you go.
So this is the landing page, but I just first want to show you this is the search bar to access the database, and so it's a very powerful search bar. And you can type in a keyword, anything, and you know, I typed in gators just to see if anything was relevant, but nobody has mentioned the word gators in California legislature for the last 3 years. I can tell you that. So let me just. Let me just type in artificial intelligence. And so I can see every bill that is about artificial intelligence, either this year or the past years. I can go to every time the term artificial intelligence has been mentioned. I can go straight to the hearing where that word was mentioned. I can see.
I had some concerns about the artificial intelligence components of this bill.
I can see the video and the transcript. I can jump ahead on the transcript and it'll track in the video. I can quote. I can link here to either copy this quote or in a story or in social media. I can link to this exact spot in the transcript and the video. I can, you know, this is the Senate floor, but here's the agenda for every bill that they were talking about that day, and it isolates out the bill discussion for each bill. And then I can look at, there's a page for every single bill that's introduced, and I can see, you know, the list of supporters and opponents. And we have a link to the source of that position that they took, whether it's in testimony or whether they filed a document with the committee taking a position. And sometimes their positions change, so that's why we put the date there. You can confirm where that comes from. Everything in here is from public government documents. And I should say also the AI, there's a lot of different kinds of AI, obviously, and we use multiple different kinds of AI in digital democracy, but the AI that generates the tip sheet doesn't go out on the web. It just scans this database, and everything it puts on a tip sheet is linked to the original source, and the original source is all government public documents. So the reporter doesn't have to they can always double check where that came from. I can see the votes of every time this bill was in a hearing, and who voted against, who voted for, and then I can see the video of every time this bill came up in each hearing. And then, oops, let me just jump ahead again. So I can go to the last time this was in a committee hearing, and you'll see it'll list everybody who spoke at the hearing. Everybody who has spoken in a California hearing for the last 3 years has a web page on digital democracy. And all the data that we have on that person is collected on that page. Anytime they took a position on a bill, anytime they donated money, anytime they, or whatever affiliations they have, whatever data we have on them. So, like Dominic Damari is a lobbyist. Here is all the testimony he's given, who it was on behalf of, where it was, video to all those testimonies. And he's a registered lobbyist, so we have extra data on those people. But it's the same thing with, I don't know, Glenn Beck's. He's obviously represented all these different groups in different positions they've taken. And then there's two last things on the website I want to show you. One is the legislator pages. So one of the things we thought people would come to the site for is to know who these people are. And so there's a lot of, we tried to make this, as non-intimidating as possible. Like this isn't a site for insiders or geeks. It's, there's a banner image on every legislator page that's a picture of their district. We have a little bit of bio stuff at the top, but then there are a series of data visualizations that we created that pull together a lot of data and kind of display it. This alignment meter is a lot of fun. You can put in any organization that's ever taken a position on a bill in California, and you can see how this legislator has voted in alignment with that organization, and you can see how much money that organization has given to this legislator. Wow. And there's 10 to 20,000 organizations in the database. Here's a breakdown of all the money this candidate or this legislator has gotten. This is the money direct to their campaign. Here's all the money they've gotten from PACs, and here's a total, and this bar shows how that relates to other legislators. And then here's all the what I call influence money. This is money that's given to legislators after they are elected. So it's gifts and travel and behests. Behests in California is when a legislator asks you to donate to a nonprofit or another organization on my behalf, or they have to report those. So all that data is in there. Then here's the bills, all the bills this legislator has authored, all the committees that they're on, all the interest groups and how they are ranked. All the ones where they're over 50% and under 50%. All their most recent substantive comments, we had to weed out all the "I'm here" or "welcome" and "let's get started." And then a profile of their district. The map, there's all the demographic data you can look at by different metrics, the election results, and the voter registration. And then lastly, or almost lastly, you can get to a lot of this data through these directories. Every organization has a page. Like I said, I pick on CTA because they're very active. But one of the things we did, like if you know data, in the data there's an organization will go by a lot of different names. You know, California Teachers Association goes by a lot of different references because we're pulling from about 100 different databases. And so we put a list of all the identifications that we are assigning to California Teachers Association, and we've sent out, you know, if we get anything wrong, let us know. I mean, we try to be very conservative about what we attribute to them, but it's, you know, the data is dirty and we clean it up as much as we can, but that's just transparency is the end plan on how to deal with that. And then see, here's all the people who have represented CTA in the legislature over the last couple of years. Here's all their lobbying representations. Here's all the positions they have taken on bills. Here's all the money they have given to legislators. And here's all the video of their presentations. So, and then, okay, now lastly about this. These are the topic pages that the agenda for 2025 is just getting started in California, so they're not filled out completely yet, but our beat reporters curate these topic pages in terms of what are the key bills on education, on environment, on healthcare, and then we actually use the database to populate who are the key leaders on these topics by, you know, who are the people who have taken the most positions on K-12 bills or been most active in testimony or in taking positions. And then we have a look at the legislator at a glance by a lot of different demographic metrics. And then, you know, kind of a fun thing, we just do the top and bottom 10 lists of a lot of different things like money. And the funny thing is we have the most talkative. This went viral in the legislature. I mean, we literally have people who get up, legislators who get up and say, I'm number 2 on Cal Matter's talkative list, and I'm going to talk until I'm number 1. You know, so that's the website. And I want to jump to the tip sheets now, but is there anything to ask about now?
I'm just trying to understand how. Yeah, you don't need a mic with me.
Oh, it's for the live stream.
I know.
Yeah.
How all of this is gathered. I understand documents that are filed, but I mean, like, is there the state-run legislative television network that you have plugged into a computer? I mean, where are you getting, how is the video collected? How is all of this collected?
Yeah, so the video comes from the legislature. And we just, thankfully, because of a proposition that California has to put all of the hearings on video and make it public, this year, just this month for the first time, we're not waiting for them to post it. We're actually grabbing the transcript off the live video feed. So it cut about 12 to 24 hours in speeding up what we can get to reporters from each hearing. And then the rest of the data comes from all different kinds of things. I mean, we have an API for the money, the travel money, and some of those things are actually on financial disclosure forms they have to fill out, and they're on paper. And so literally, we got Cal State Sacramento students to come in and have pizza and digitize all these paper documents so that they can be in the database.
We also paid them.
Is there anything that you couldn't put on there? I mean, it seems like there's pretty much everything, but is there anything that you wanted to put on there that you couldn't, or?
You know, I mean, we had a bunch of reporters coming up with data sources that we wanted, and it was a kitchen sink, and I haven't seen anything yet. If it exists, you know, I mean, there's probably things that we want, but they don't collect that data. But yeah, we have everything we could think of is in there.
Question back.
I'll come to you next.
This is a very interesting tool. Here in Florida, we have a sunshine law that everything is, as much as they can, everything is public. But one way to go around is that now they have contracts. And in those contracts, these are not made public. What's the content in it? So that's an issue that may come up. in terms of your different sections at the bottom, I would maybe add appropriations or budgets and vetoes, because there's a lot of money that is being discussed at the end when the budget is being ratified, and I think that would be very interesting. And what's the status of developing something like that for Florida?
I would love to do this in Florida. It's probably on the short list because, as Neil said, the V1 of digital democracy was done in Florida. So the back end of digital democracy was built at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. And so they're familiar with the databases in California. And yeah, as far as the budget goes, we pick it up in the hearings right now, but we're still, I mean, one of the things this year is to pull in databases from the executive branch, which will, there's a lot of things we want to do with. Look for regulations, look for budget, look for the impact of bills. You know, there's a housing bill, did it work? So that's, there's still more to do here.
Yeah, the folks who've been funding this, I mentioned the Arnolds, the Knight Foundation, some other folks, they really do want to see this go nationwide. We've had a lot of partners come to us and say, can we do this in our state, including the journalism school here, which would be a tremendous partner for this because so much of that work is already done in this building. We're trying to get it right. We're doing a couple states now. If we can make that work properly, it's one of the surprising things, I think, to a lot of folks is one of the biggest hurdles we have is transcription, right? Obviously, there are AI tools out there that can transcribe things. But when Dave was showing you the California Teachers Association, all the different things they're called, all the different ways they're referred to, and all these big unions have nicknames and things that are referred to on the floor all the time. If we can't associate that entity to find out that money to that legislator was from the same organization that spoke in favor of that bill, and from the same organization that gave that legislator this rating, then the data's kind of useless. The AI can't go in there and find the associations that generate story ideas. We like to think of this, there was a time when there were over 130 reporters assigned full-time to the California State Capitol, actually to the building being there. The governor's press secretary had a list of 130 people he had to reach out to have a press conference. That number was down to almost nothing at the time Dave started Cal Matters 10 years ago. But what those reporters did is they saw stuff, right? And you might see something and make a note of it. Why is that person talking to that person? Scribble something in your notebook. Who was at the bar with whom? Dave's office looks right down on the bar of the Sheraton Hotel next to the Capitol. It's a great view he's got. But we don't have that many people doing that anymore, but that's one of the things the tool can do is look for these anomalies. It can only do that if the data is not just accurate transcripts, but if the entities are properly assigned. So we have students at San Luis Obispo who go through the transcripts that are initially generated and make those associations, identify the speakers, right? Bob, the soccer coach who spoke about a bill to build more parks, and Robert, the lobbyist from Chevron who spoke about an oil issue, turned out to be the same person. You need a human to look at that data, at least now. I get it, AI will do everything someday. Can't wait for it to replace CEOs. But right now, that most important link is Cal Poly students who get paid hourly to do this. That's one of the hurdles in growing the transcription to other states, just the amount of time it takes to do that. But we are rebuilding the database to make sure it can work in multiple states. We're looking at other states' video availability. We're working with our partners in newsrooms and journalism schools in various states. And I'm hoping we're in a number of states within the next 2 years. So.
Yeah. There's still a lot more to evolve here. The transcription is a big one, we're bringing in, we're testing out right now. I would like to be able to query the database with natural language questions. I think that would open it up not just for reporters but to a public audience much more broadly. And so I know artificial intelligence is going to be there very soon. I don't want to bring in something that's going to pull hallucinations out of the database. And so we're doing an experiment with a group called Cubist that has an AI tool that we can limit it to this database and use natural language, and we'll see how that goes. But like I said, just since digital democracy started, I mean, the applications for AI have just grown. We use ChatGPT in a lot of different ways, but it's not public facing. So let me show you, the other part that I think is just game changing.
You just showed for California Teachers Association, there looked to be roughly a dozen different ways of identifying them in, I assume, campaign finance reports, among other things.
Yeah.
How do you then aggregate contributions from all 12 of these identified organizations under the umbrella of California Teachers Association? And the second question is, have you ever made any mistakes? We saw with Charles Minshew's performance, we saw Orange County, Florida School District with a $6.5 billion budget.
Yeah. So we've actually built a dashboard. You know, I mean, you can imagine this database is enormous, absolutely enormous. There's, you know, a couple, 10 to 20,000 organizations in there. And so there's a dashboard for, you know, Cal Poly students and some of our staff that leads them to go through and look for all the similar names. So you can, the dashboard is pretty easy. You can look at similar names and then you can pull all the ones that you want to put over to combine over on this side of the screen. And once you do that, then the database treats them all as the same.
Cool. And have you ever made mistakes? Has anyone ever said, no, I never got $100,000 from the
You know, there's been a lot of little things. We had somebody's district wrong. We had the map was in the wrong place. You know, we had you know, nothing big. Nothing. No organization has ever pushed back on, you know, that's not how much we gave, or any organization, stuff like that.
And part of that is the universe of data, right? It's a broad universe of data, but it's a very selective thing. It's the data feeds we pulled in from these, what is it, dozens, 100+ sources. Just the job of running all those data acquisition tools is a full-time engineering role, but it is sources we've pulled in, and that's all it's looking at, right? So you're not going to see, you know, some social media post where somebody says some school district spent $12 trillion last year. It is government data, as good as government data can be, cleaned up as best we can by our team.
Yeah.
So my question is, sorry, coming to the microphone. Thank you. It's just for the mic. Sure. So my question is, with this new confluence of technology around powerful political figures, maybe at a level we haven't seen, and you're a Silicon Valley alum, are they onto you? Are we going to see AI defense systems and new ways to hide data and circumvent our attempts to get the data in the way that we've seen with current electronic records? Are you encountering that? Should we watch for that?
I mean, we should definitely watch for it. My favorite is so many legislators have the same reaction to this thing. They say, wow, that's a really powerful tool. That's going to scare the shit out of people. It's going to be terrifying. A lot of people are going to hate this, but I love it. I think everything we do in the legislature should be honest and transparent. I want my constituents to know everything I've done, so I love the tool, but all the other legislators are going to hate it. I know you've heard that from dozens of people. But the question about circumventing it is interesting because this is government data, right? And there are plenty of ways to circumvent government data. Let's say hypothetically some Silicon Valley billionaire got access to all the data in the federal government. Who knows what could happen, hypothetically. But the trick is that because these are journalists running this tool, ideally we're going to see stuff like that, right? And when something jumps out at you as being weird, you're going to stop and look it up. Also, we're publishing a bunch of data on this website. The stories that come out of this data are reported by human reporters who use these not as pre-written stories, but as tips, as a scribble in your notebook, a place to start. And that's a piece I don't think we ever want to lose.
Yeah, I want to get to some of the stories we've produced out of this year, but you know what we have shown about the way the place works, I wonder if they're going to push back on it. I don't know how they would do it, but you know, if I lived in that building, I would be worried about this kind of coverage. So I want to get to the rest before, and then we'll take questions again. So now we'll look at the tip sheets, and these are not public. These are only for reporters who sign up and register with Cal Matters to get access to them. We're going to give it out to any reporter who wants to cover the legislature. So, and these tip sheets were really designed. I mean, my mantra to the construction team for the last year and a half is the Modesto Bee reporter who doesn't know how to cover the Capitol, or doesn't cover the Capitol, doesn't have a lot of time, they need to look at this sheet and see a story they can turn around in a couple hours. And if we can get, the local coverage of state representatives, it's a game changer. There's 120 legislators in California. Most of them, there's almost no coverage, if any. You can't find a story. And so, and they respond to Cal Matters, they respond more when it's in their district. So, anyway, that's the goal of these tip sheets. And we did a beta test that I'll show you some of the results of in August with about 6 different news organizations around California that generated stories off of tip sheets. And then we took that feedback and did a redesign, and now they're going out right now to all the media in California. So this is this is the page that if you are a reporter, you can sign in and you'll see these cards. And these are all bill discussions. And you can set up your profile so that I'm going to filter all these bill discussions by, I just put in Buffy Wicks and Josh Becker here as 2 legislators. And you can filter by topic. You could search by keyword. You could filter by legislator. It's something we are just now experimenting with is filtering by region. And we're actually going to make that like hyper local. Like you can, not just the Los Angeles area, but Long Beach or Southgate or some of the smaller communities. And you can also, I can clear all the filters and I can just see everything, every tip sheet that's generated. And then the other thing is these numbers in the top, this is still a work in development. It's a reflection of the quality of the story idea that the AI generated. So the idea being, there's a lot of story ideas that are generated here, but without getting too technical into the weeds or beyond my knowledge, we train the AI with things we call phenoms. And I thought that was a tech word. Everybody knew it. No, Cal Poly invented it. That's their word. So anyway, talking about phenom. Nobody knows what I'm talking about. Anyway, we call them phenoms. A phenom is something like, show me when a legislator votes against their money, or show me when they vote against their party, or show me when Gavin Newsom endorsed a bill, or we have probably 50 different
or when
phenoms.
They don't vote.
Yeah. So we have about 50 different phenoms, and so that number is a reflection of the number of phenoms that are triggered by that bill discussion. And so, and some of the phenoms are weighted more than others, so it's not exact reflection, but, and this is still something we've got to get better at. There's still some things that are ranked low that are good ideas, and we're trying to, okay, what did we miss? But anyway, that's so that you can filter just for your interests, and then the best ideas should go to the top of the list.
It's just like every reporter's editor. Some ideas are better than others, right?
You've got several examples of legislators voting against their campaign contributors. Do you have any examples of legislators voting with their contributors for awful bills, like a bill to raise interest rates?
I'm right with you.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I'd say the first generation of the AI story ideas we generated was, I'll tell you, the Cal Poly people, they're linguists. And so the first ideas were really about, the story idea was like how long somebody talked. And I went, that's not a story. So by the end of the year, though, the low-hanging fruit was to train the AI to look for the relationships between the supporters and opponents of the bill and the legislators who are voting on that bill. And so relationships in terms of, money, or in terms of their past, how much they vote in sync with each other. And so we can see those relationships, and so the AI, whenever it sees a bill discussion, it'll pull those into the tip sheet like I'm just about to show you. This is the story idea that was written by AI. And you can see this is Senator Richard Roth, who voted in favor of a bill, but his, but it, you know, it says deviated from his historical alignment with the California Medical Association. So he voted against CMA. And so it's telling you, reporter, take a look at this. Here's a summary of the bill. These are both generated by ChatGPT. These are summaries. The AI that we built to write the story idea, it just cobbled together a bunch of those phenoms, and it was really clunky. So we just, this is all automatically produced in a matter of hours. And so that clunky thing goes off to ChatGPT and comes back and populates the tip sheet. And then the original language that we sent to ChatGPT is down below, so you can check that. And then also right here is the bill summary that was written by ChatGPT. Right here is the language that ChatGPT used to. So before you write a story, check that. But anyway, you can see the vote. There's a couple of metrics here. For reporters who don't cover the Capitol, we tried to give you a sense of whether this bill is significant or not. You know, this bill has the number of people who testified is higher than average. The organizations that took a position is higher than average. The amount of money by those organizations that took a position is way higher than average. And then here's a look at, on this bill, all the organizations in support, all the organizations against, how much money in total was on the yes side and how much money total was on the no side. And then one more layer, look at that. I can see every legislator who was on this committee, and I can see their relationship to any organization that took a position on this bill. So there's the California Medical Association. They were against this bill, that's their position. Their success rate of getting their agenda through the legislature is 53%. This is how much money CMA has donated over this time period. And then for each legislator, I can see how all these legislators who voted yes are voting against CMA. All these, this is their alignment score, how often they usually vote together. And what's striking here for a reporter, you know, these legislators vote, you know, between 80 and 90% of the time with CMA. They all voted against CMA. And then here's all the money that CMA has given to each of those individual legislators. So you've got the building blocks of a story. You know the people to call, you know the questions to ask, and you can figure out why that happened. Why did they vote against CMA? I can tell you why, but it also pulls quotes from the hearing, and the quotes are linked right to that place in the transcript that I showed you earlier. It's getting better at this, but it's told to pull quotes that are for and against, and quotes from people who testify and from legislators, so you can get a sample. And then there's a display of everybody who testified, what their affiliation is and what their position is, and a link straight to their testimony. And then there's a couple other just this is all the, you know, the complete collection of notes that the AI generates, just so we have a copy of it, but it basically is the summarized above. And then there's a couple of other data visualizations that, you know, we got feedback, mixed feedback on whether to include these or not, so we just left it in there for now. But these are different ways to look at the same thing that's above. This is a look at all the money and who it went to on the committee by SEIU. And you can see the bars obviously are a reflection of how much money. And then this is, these little speedometers are a reflection of everybody on the committee and how much they vote with any organization that was a supporter or opponent on that bill. And then there's a link to any past tip sheet that has been generated about this same bill. So that is our tip sheets.
What's the best story that's come out of this?
That's what I'm getting to next. Good.
Let's do it.
Okay, I'll do that. Where'd I put those? There we go. So one of my favorite stories, one of our first stories, was something you could never do as a reporter. Nobody in the Capitol even knew this data. We looked at every vote cast by a sitting legislator for the last 5 years, 1 million votes. And we didn't know what we were going to find. We found the Democrats, who are a supermajority in California, more than 2/3 of the legislature, vote no less than 1% of the time. In fact, last year it was 0.5% of the time. So basically everything that makes it to the floors, it's going through, I mean, and there were all these comments in the story about how it kind of reflects a rubber stamp process in public. And, like I say, that I think, anybody in the building was aware of the pattern like that, but nobody had seen the data. And I mean, this is not speculation. It's not quoting somebody else. It's empirical data that we can link to every single one of those 1 million votes. So we can see how many times they voted no, how many times they voted yes. And then CBS News did a story about that story and about digital democracy, and they took it one step further. There was when legislators, instead of voting no, a lot of times they don't vote, and not voting counts as a no to kill a bill. And so, but there's no fingerprints on it, right? So the CBS reporter had been covering a group of mothers of children who had died from fentanyl poisoning and who were advocating for bills about fentanyl sentences and criminal issues. And they looked at digital democracy to find out what happened to the bills on fentanyl. And what they found was that a couple of them died not because anybody voted against them. They died because they sat there and didn't vote. You could see them in the video. They're sitting there. They heard the hearing, and then they didn't vote. And so these mothers were outraged, and then they went to the chair of the committee, as the TV reporter did, and said, "Yeah, this is something that needs to be changed." So, and then another related thing, we looked at all the bills in the last session that died and how they died. There's about 5,000 bills every year, about 2,300 that don't pass, and only 25 of the 2,300 were actually voted down. The others get set aside, in a committee without a vote, and there are deadlines in the process, and when the deadline passes, if it doesn't progress, it dies. So you have a whole process that doesn't have any fingerprints on killing legislation. There's no record of who made that decision. Nobody's name is on it. So when I talked about the opacity of the process, this is what we're finding with, I do think that having the data, the empirical evidence, rather than, just advocates or people with some kind of agenda making those kind of accusations, it's a game changer. And one, as Neil was saying, there's one legislator that we found who has never voted no in 6 years, over 7,000 votes. Wow. And so we actually we told the AI to build a phenom about, when Senator Mike Fong votes no, let us know. Because we're going to find, I can write the lead right now, He finally found something he didn't like. And then we also caught something in the transcript that this wasn't a hearing with no reporters in it, but there was a chair of a committee who admonished another legislator who was introducing his bill that he's not supposed, that there's a policy against negotiating amendments in public. And so we saw that in the transcript, and what? There's a policy against negotiating in public, which means that it's negotiated in private, which means there's probably stakeholders in the meeting. Yeah. And so we went to the leadership in the Assembly and the Senate, and they said, yeah, we've told committee chairs they have discretion on that, but you know that there are so many bills and they don't have that much time, and negotiating amendments in public takes too long, and so that should be done in private. And so coming out of this session, one of the things they did was finally they put a cap on how many bills legislators could introduce. They lowered what the cap was. So I think that story contributed to that, because and then, like I said, I'll just show you, this is part of the beta test, and this is the Orange County Register. This was a story they did that was written off of a tip sheet. This was the Merced Focus that did a story off the tip sheets, and this was actually a McClatchy story that ran statewide, but different media that are using tip sheets. So that's, I don't want to take up any more time. I'll take some more questions.
Please raise your hand if you have a question or a comment. Again, it's for the live stream, so those folks can hear what you're saying.
How big is your database? I mean, what kind of computing power do you need to sustain this?
It's in the cloud. I mean, Neil knows how much we pay for it more than I do, but
Yeah, I think one of the worries we had was about the cost of doing all this. And I mean, it's a bunch of data, but our Amazon bill is like $3,000 a month. I mean, the cost of things of storage has come down so much, right? As we think about how to scale this, the data is one thing. The video, which is part of that data, is obviously huge. But we're looking at different ways to do the video. We're looking at partnerships, companies like YouTube and other folks who collect video for a living. Ideally, they'll do some of that for us so we can offload some of that as we go bigger and spread this out. We've gotten some corporate help, not as much as we might like. But both the cost and the scope of needing to store this data has not been anywhere near, I think, the problem we thought it would be 2 years ago, because technology and storage costs have come down so much.
And how long will you archive this information?
I don't think we have any plan to ever retire anything. The value of the data is the history. I wish we had all the data back to 1849, right? The value is in that historical story. So the real question, I think, is not how long are we going to archive, but is when are you going to go back and do the last 10 years?
Yeah.
In your spare time.
So I have two questions. The first is, so the two questions I have is, the first, do you query the database using SQL? I guess what's the back-end process for that?
Wow, I'm a journalist, remember? Yeah, I think it is SQL.
Okay, and the second question I had, I honestly forgot it, but I can come back to it later.
No worries. Given that a lot of this is from legislative documents, how quickly can you update after there's an election? And is that a manual process? Does it come after the results, or does it just wait until they're sworn in the legislature?
In the state where it takes us a month to count the ballots?
Yeah. Yeah, well, you know, the new legislature's sworn in on December 4th this year, or last year, and so we have time between the election and when they're sworn in to know who to populate. On those legislative pages, almost everything is automated. We write the bio still, and there's a couple of other things that we do manually. But most of the data, 99% of the data on the site is automatically generated.
The tip sheets are incredible and have so many elements that you would need for a story, obviously. Have you considered, or is there any talks of taking it a step further and using those tip sheets to generate daily stories using the technology?
Yeah, there are two angles we're thinking about. One of them is that reporter at the Modesto Bee, who Rick probably recruited, is maybe somebody who's got an hour to do a story and knows nothing about covering the legislature, and also has 3 other stories on their plate. Why wouldn't we just deliver them a fully written story, right? Especially what we do is we create all these stories and we deliver them to everybody in the state anyway. So we're thinking about how to do that in a sort of a scaled way that would say to the newsroom, let us know what you need. If you've got the reporter who's got the skills and the time, you can take that tip sheet and just run with it, see you later. You know, send us a story when you're done. We'd love to see it. If you need us to do this for you or to walk you through it or to give you the story recipe with 3/4 of the story written and call this member of the city council at this number to get a quote because you literally have 15 minutes, maybe we should be doing that. The other aspect of this is how do we generate different kinds of tip sheets for different kinds of stories off different kinds of data, and eventually, this is not easy, but eventually we have to be able to expand this to city councils, to school boards, and then to the obscure things, the water districts and all the other crazy stuff that nobody knows anything about. It's not easy to do. One of the reasons we're looking at other state legislatures is it is easier to take a 2 houses of a legislature and a bunch of committees model and apply that to another state versus the 5 people on the LA County Board of Supervisors, right? So there's a lot of work to be done here, and ideally, as more and more people find out about this and we get more support for this kind of work, we get the resources we need to do a lot more of it.
Yeah, and I just add that, you know, you could look at that tip sheet. Somebody has to call Senator Roth and ask why he voted against CMA. I mean, the tip sheet will tell you who to call and what the question is, but, you know, these tip sheets by definition are for reporters.
For the stories that are written based on the AI tools, how do you disclose to readers that the AI tools were used to write those stories? And what do you disclose?
Well, just to be clear, none of the words are written by AI in the stories.
For sure. Yeah.
But the use of the tool.
Well, I mean, everything there is from a public government document and you know,
linked to it.
And so you're not pulling from something that AI generated. AI, all it did was go in the database and pull out what you want and put it on the table for you. But, you know, the disclosure, I don't mind disclosing it. I'm happy to disclose anything. But you know, I mean, what you're, as a reporter, quoting from is a public government document. I mean, the one thing that I think I'd love to brand is that alignment meter. Because it's still public government data, but, you know, the ability for our tool to really put together that vote and that organization and that money and that history of votes all in that one little interactive. I mean, if you want to attribute that to digital democracy, great.
That's real data analysis. And another angle here is that has commercial value, right? If we find the folks who would pay for that information, we don't want to charge people in California to find out about their government, but if we can find commercial revenue streams out of this stuff, maybe that's what pays for the nonprofit journalism behind it.
How do you pay for it?
Please hold. This gentleman raised his hand.
As a follow-up on AI disclosure, they had a bill and a discussion last session that politicians should should not use AI for promotion, and if so, they should disclose. I think that's an interesting point of view. And one addition that would be interesting is to track on a bill how it changed over time. For example, the House versus the Senate, and when it's originally submitted, because sometimes what is removed is also quite indicative of interesting
Especially in California, where they sometimes remove the entire contents of the bill and put something else in the same bill.
Yeah,
No,
that's
you're
all
right.
in there. It's all in every iteration of the bill, and what's been crossed out is X'd out, so you can see what was taken out and what was added.
So how much would it cost to create a FLA Matters?
I think there are two questions there. One is how much would it cost to rebuild this database for Florida? The other is what would it cost to build a statewide nonprofit news organization doing the same thing we're doing in California? There are organizations in Florida doing some of this work, and I'll let the people who know better. There's 3 or 4 nonprofit news organizations in Florida doing amazing work. And what we find is there are, I think it's now 35 or 40 statewide news organizations, nonprofit news organizations doing this kind of stuff. They range from giant statewide newsrooms to 2 people doing investigative work, 2 people focused on a certain topic. They're very different in every place. The actual replication of this product, of this database, to be able to work in Florida is what we're trying to figure out right now. We're testing with both Hawaii and Texas because Hawaii is, not because we want to visit there, Hawaii is relatively simple in its data structure, in the amount of video. It's a smaller legislature. They have the number of hours of video. all of it's already on YouTube, and the Honolulu Civil Beat people they've already got a lot of the data that we want to use. So we're trying it with them. We're also doing it with the Texas Tribune, which has the opposite. They have a legislature that talks forever, many hours of video, ton of bills, lots going on, and the Tribune, unlike most news organizations, has already built its own data layer of all kinds of stuff about candidates and layers and layers and layers of data they have that they want to incorporate into this. So the Tribune is a really tricky build of this. The Honolulu one is relatively simple. If we can get those two done this year and really understand what it takes, what the cost is, what the incremental cost is of adding the next ones on, the goal is to be able to do a bunch more very quickly after that.
Yeah, I don't know why Texas is in session half as much as California, and they talk twice as much. How does that happen?
Is it but it's the length of the video because they talk slower, right?
Yeah.
They actually vote on the bills. There you go. Oh.
Yep.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thanks to Dave and Neil, and we'll be setting up for our last session, which will start in about 5. Well, thanks everybody, and thanks again to Dave and Neil. Pretty amazing session. Our last session of the day addresses an increasingly common practice in journalism today, partnerships among different news organizations. And I think as you saw in our first session with ProPublica, Texas Tribune, Frontline, when news organizations work together, they can produce really incredible journalism, excellent results. But what you don't see when you see the results is how challenging that work can be. Joining us for this session are three journalists with experience in this space, either as the investigators or the editors who help provide the guardrails for how partnerships can work. And you've met Neil and Zach and Loimi. Our moderator for this session is Pam Fine, a longtime editor, innovator, night chair at the University of Kansas, and Florida Gator. She'll lead this discussion with Neil, Loimi, and Zach. So, Pam, take it away.
Thank you. Well, they saved the best for last. I hope you think that.
The last session was pretty good.
It was very good. It was very good. In this session, we're going to talk about joint reporting partnerships primarily. There are a number of local and national partnerships that range from working together on events and distribution. Our focus is more about how to create content with outside partners. And Neil, I'd like to start with a bit of context. As Rick said, we've seen tremendous growth in the number of these types of partnerships. In fact, just last month, 10 news outlets in Florida announced, including the Orlando Sentinel, that they're going to be working together on affordable housing and homeless issues. INN, the Institute for Nonprofit News, reported last year that 2/3 of its 400 members in a survey said they had worked on joint partnerships. Why have we seen this trend accelerate in the last several years?
I think for a trend to accelerate, it has to start from a low point, right? And for a long time, in journalism, we kept our secrets to ourselves because, well, we thought it mattered which news organization in town broke a story. There were multiple news organizations in a town, in a state, in a region, on a topic, or nationally that might break a story. And there was credit for being the one that got the story. Also, you had more people on your team and you could go get that story. So when you found something, you had a piece of data, you had an idea, you had a story, you had a tip. You kept that to yourself. You told your editor and one or two other people. You went off and hid in a corner of the news. Didn't even tell the other people in the newsroom who were sleeping with people from the other paper because it would get out. You went off in a corner and you just worked on that story till it was done, and you published it one day and just blew the doors off the town. Things have changed. None of us, with the possible exception of some of the largest organizations like ProPublica, have the muscle to do a lot of these things on our own. And any one reporter can do an amazing story. We see that happen every day, and there's a lot of heroic journalism going on out there done by one or two reporters. But when you get into something complex, you get into something that needs multiple levels of expertise. I need a person who can do this with this piece of data. I don't have them on my team. We merged with the Markup last summer. You heard Cheryl talking about the Markup earlier, because they brought a level of what they call journalism engineering. They had people on their team whose title was journalism engineer, to a newsroom where our journalism engineering skill involved spreadsheets primarily and a little bit of coding. They just brought another level to that. For us, being Cal Matters, we're covering a state of 40 million people, and the tech issues we're covering are global. We need partners in different places for local reporting. We need expertise. We need just bodies to do stuff, and none of us can afford to do it on our own. So I think you have to do it, and then there's been a culture change, right? People are okay with it now. Most people are okay with it now.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit more about the culture issue in a minute. One thing that rings true for me is that there's a lot of foundation money supporting joint partnerships. And
not enough, just to be clear, but yes.
How much does that factor into the collaborative models we're seeing?
Probably have two different answers to that. One is a lot of the bigger collaborations are funded by foundation dollars. Foundations have the ability to bring that kind of money to a project. The other is that I think all of us probably use the story of collaboration to take a good story to a foundation and say, I'm not asking you to give $1 to the Texas Tribune, $1 to ProPublica, $1 to Cal Matters, each go do journalism in the story and see what happens. Give us $2.50 between us, and we'll go work together. Bring all this. We'll make your money work harder, right? We'll be more effective. And they love to see collaboration. They love to see collaboration among their grantees. If they're already granting money to two different organizations, they make the introduction. We work together. They love that. And the foundations are trying to be efficient with their dollars, just like any other investor.
Right. And you mentioned the word engineer. I think there is some social engineering going on, or some industry engineering. The partnership between ProPublica and Texas Tribune was the result, in part, of $8 million raised to get those news organizations to fund to work together. That has yielded, a couple of big Uvalde projects, among other things. Lomi, can you talk about your partnership with the two organizations, and specifically how you decide what warrants joint work as opposed to being a solo detective?
Yeah, so our unit was started in 2020, and it was part of a number of grantees who came together and said, we want to give you guys this money. We want to bring more investigative journalism to Texas specifically, but they didn't want it only to run in ProPublica. They wanted it to co-publish with the Texas Tribune so that it can make an impact in Texas, which makes a lot of sense. And so, we used to have 7 reporters and an editor, and now we've slightly changed things around a little bit. But the foundation it's still sort of being worked out. It's been 5 years now. Generally, how it works is we are kind of paid by ProPublica, and we co-publish with ProPublica and the Texas Tribune. Like I said, it's sort of changed over the years. It used to be that we had a lot more, like both Geo Texas Tribune and ProPublica editing. Now I think it depends on whether we, like with Zach, partner with a Texas Tribune partner that then kind of brings in more Texas Tribune editors. So our collaboration on Uvalde was up until that point, how this had mostly worked is that our ProPublica stories co-published with the Texas Tribune. I think our collaboration was really the first between the Texas Tribune and ProPublica reporter, and that meant that it was both edited by Zach's editor and my editor at ProPublica. And then that kind of launched this series of collaborations that we did with the Washington Post, Frontline, we can talk more about, But it's also developed into more collaborations. Lexi did a collaboration last year with VoteBeat. They did one with the Army Times, Military Times. And now, as part of our new grant that we just got, it's actually emphasized that collaboration more. Now, there's sort of one spot on our team that is permanently allocated for a kind of rotating Texas Tribune partner reporter to pitch projects that'll be dual edited by ProPublica and run also in ProPublica. So it's kind of taken many forms as we all figure it out.
So how do you decide? You have a story idea. I assume some stories come from reporters, maybe some from editors, but how do you decide what warrants, when you have a lot of players, how do you decide what warrants pursuit?
So I think we're still deciding that because, like I said, really we're just co-publishing before, and now we're really collaborating. But Uvalde is an example of that. So maybe you can talk about how we started, kind of, and how we had to pitch that.
Yeah, I mean, the Uvalde one was a natural one to partner on, I think, and the partnership started really with Loemi and I, and even that was sort of natural. Loemi and I had known each other for years. We used to work together at the Houston Chronicle. Journalism is a small world, obviously. So I think we already had a sense that we would work together well anyway. So when Uvalde happened, and some of you were at our first panel this morning with the three of us, and we had talked about getting the investigative trove that really drove all of our investigative reporting. That was such a huge volume of information that it had to be a team project, no matter what team it was going to be. I knew it was definitely going to have to be at least us and probably very many other people. So that was the Texas Tribune and ProPublica. Getting the Washington Post was the first other news organization that we worked with. That was an interesting one because that collaboration came out of a sense of at this point, the three news organizations were in a highly competitive news environment. Obviously, many news organizations were covering the Uvalde shooting. The Post had reporters on the ground still. We partnered with them towards the end of 2022, so about 6 months after the shooting. There was a sense that they had some of the same material that we did, but it wasn't clear to us like how much that they did. And they certainly were talking with some of the same sources that we were. And some of our editors sort of got together and said, maybe we should partner on a story, in part because we should pool our resources together because, as Neil said, even the Washington Post doesn't have tons of reporters to throw at one small part of what is their reporting. And also because, and Loemi had mentioned this at our earlier panel, there are only so many sources in Uvalde, and we were sensitive to the fact that these families have already done several interviews, and it made more sense to get together and limit the number of times we are reaching out and approaching them to do these interviews.
But I'm curious, in our pre-call I did with you, you talked about, that moment when you have to decide, or, somebody decides, maybe it's above your pay grade, that you are going to work together with Washington Post reporters, you're going to share information, and there's a moment where you have to, sort of.
That was very much an editor decision, and it reflected in the first call we had. Everybody was, none of the reporters were happy.
Yeah.
We did not want to be working together.
Yeah, that was, we learned a lot from the partnership, and I feel okay being candid with it because in the end it was a very good
and we all friends now.
Story. Yeah, they're very talented.
Can you go back to why you didn't want to work together?
Well, because
of what you said.
Yeah.
We had stuff, they had stuff. No one was being totally honest. We were like, we have this, what do you have? But nobody was communicating initially. We felt like we were being told to do this. We didn't quite understand why. We didn't have clear directions, and so we were sort of cagey.
Yeah, and no one knew. Yeah, no one knew how much to share with each other, and it was just like weird.
A really awkward first.
Very, very much. And but we figured it out, and that was the important part. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So Neil, let me ask you about that because when you and I came up, it was the lone reporter, that image of us as, people who are going to maybe work with a colleague in our own newsroom, but that we're going to dig deep, we're going to get information, we're going to beat the competition. Now, all of a sudden, we're asking reporters and editors to be team players. How do you hire for people you want to do that? And what kind of culture do you have to create to get even, within the last couple of years, these two reporters are saying, they had to change their thinking to get over that hurdle.
I think there are different levels here, right? When you're talking about the Washington Post, the New York Times, ProPublica, big national news organizations, it's harder, right? And everybody's cooperating now in various ways, but there is more of that tension. Somebody's going to get the Pulitzer Prize. That's only going to be one of us, right? Or we're going to have to share it. Doesn't that suck? I think once you get below, it's great. Once you get below that level, for us, when we're talking about something going on in California where, somebody else has access to something. I love what you said about people being victimized by being interviewed again and again and again in a small town situation. There are things like that make it just seem natural. And we haven't had a lot of pushback. We've had some, right? Reporters get antsy about this sometimes, especially if they think they own something, they got something. But generally, you're going to get two things out of a collaboration. First of all, when 30, 40 years ago, when you wrote your story for your local newspaper and you filed it with your editor, you were done. You went downstairs to the bar and they came down an hour later. That story got manufactured and distributed to everybody in town. Everybody read it, you thought, and you were done. You write a story today, and you said this, it's got to get out there, right? One of the reasons ProPublica wanted this partnership was so people in Texas would see it, because the Texas Tribune reaches a bunch of people, and it gives stories to all these other publishers around Texas. We are as concerned with getting the story out as we are with reporting it. So if we report a story and nobody else is using it, nobody else is sharing it, we published a story this morning the Markup has been working on for a long time that started as a story from the Fuller Project and evolved into a group thing that we ended up publishing this morning about dating services right in time for Valentine's Day, because we know how to make Valentine's Day miserable. Part of the appeal now is reach. So the CBS reporter that Dave talked about, she is an investigative reporter at the CBS station in Sacramento, which is owned by CBS. So they and the other two CBS-owned stations in California work together. She does investigative work for all three. She came to us really excited about digital democracy. We came to her really excited about the audience CBS News has in California, right? And her journalism. And she has partnered with different people on our staff to take stories that we've done and help us rethink them for her audience in different ways. And it's a reporting collaboration, but it's a production distribution collaboration. I think a lot of the appeal here is partner with a bigger organization so they'll run the story, you'll get it out there, right?
Mm-hmm. And you won, am I right, a National Headliners Award for a project on wage theft by employers with the local CBS station.
Yeah, we've done a couple of things. Actually, in cooperation with her, we won our first Murrow Awards, which regional Emmys, regional Emmy Awards, which is not something a bunch of print reporters would have thought they were going to get ever in their lifetimes, right? But the work that we're doing, because it's going into different media, is going into different competitions, which is great. You don't do this for the awards, but they're nice to have. But I really, it is so much about partnering with somebody who's got not only the reporting resources, but the audience. I'll give you another example real quick. January 7th, the fires broke out in California, the big fires in Los Angeles. The morning of the 8th, in a series of text messages among the public TV station in LA, the two public radio stations, and Cal Matters, we came up with a joint newsletter. Let's get all the information people need to survive these fires, all file it to the same place, one person go through, clean it all up, and edit it, and give it back to everybody, and we'll send this newsletter out to all of our audiences, which between us is three-quarters of a million people, something like that. That collaboration was designed to take a bunch of disparate information in an emergency and spit it back out to everybody as quick as we could. And that collaboration happened. It was a daily wildfire newsletter that ran for 3 weeks, and now it's weekly, only because we already had the relationship. We know each other. We work together so closely all the time. And none of us could do what we do, could reach the audiences we do, or do the reporting we could do without the other ones. And so it's, once you build those muscles, what I loved about the Texas project was it was going to be 5 years of these two organizations working together, even if it's taken that long to figure it out. Like actually committing to do it long term, because that's where you build the relationship and the real, the reflex, right? The magic.
Right. But I think, can I just add, for the collaborations we've done that are not these like long funded things, you know, like after the Washington Post thing started really difficult, but then it got great. And when we ended it, we wanted to continue working together. It just didn't happen because they had to, you know, they were doing stuff in Gaza and et cetera. They had to move on. But I mean, I think part of what we can discuss, and I think you were going to ask Pam, is somewhat is like just getting to know people. Like once we got to know them and we were like, oh, okay, so they're all great, we're all great, nobody's going to be the big diva, and you know, then that helps for future collaborations down the line, but also sort of setting expectations from editors right at the beginning, in like how the process will go, I think can help to ease sort of that initial pain, even for the non-long-standing collaborations.
Yeah, I want to pick up on that in a second. I just did want to ask you, Neil, you made a comment to me that not all partners are created equal, and if you're running a newsroom or you're a reporter working with colleagues, you have to recognize that sometimes you're going to bear more of the burden than another staff member or organization. Can you talk about that? What are the expectations that newsrooms should have when they're deciding who to partner with, so that, you know, the work is shared, relatively speaking, as it warrants?
I don't know if you ever necessarily expect a 50-50 partnership, right? I mean, look, if we had LA Times reporter and a Cal Matters reporter who were covering housing, which is the biggest story. I love hearing about the Florida partnership because it's the biggest story in California, right? The LA Times reporter in Sacramento and the Cal Matters reporter in Sacramento who are covering housing were covering the state legislature's housing coverage together, got together on their own and decided to do a podcast about it, really without any administrative help from either organization. Like they still had the passwords to the SoundCloud account and stuff. We know what's going on, but they created a great joint thing where they both got together and did a podcast every week and every 2 weeks, and they just did a great job covering the story as kind of just two colleagues who were sitting in the same hearings anyway and talking about it. That might be a 50-50 kind of thing. When we go to do a partnership, we're not sitting down and thinking, okay, who can I get to split the work on this to make it easier? We're looking for who's got a capacity we don't have, we work with Catchlight, the visual journalism organization. They've got photography capacity and photo editing and visual creativity capacity. We work with local publishers in different communities in California where we don't have staff. We can't, 40 million people, and we got a pretty big staff, but we can't be all over California, so we're working with them. You're going to somebody, ideally because they have something that you need, and sometimes you have something they need, and it's not always reciprocal, right? When I was the Mercury News editor, the Seattle Times discovered that college football was driving subscriptions for them more than anything else. And we had the best college football writer on the West Coast. And they said, can we have your college football stories so we can sell more subscriptions? We said, sure. Like, here. Wait, well, what do you want for them? I don't know. Like, we'll figure something out later. Buy me a beer. Like, it doesn't have to be 50-50. Sometimes you want more people to see the stuff, and it's going to help some other news organization. One of the selling points of Cal Matters, of digital democracy to the funders, is that if we can help local news organizations do good local stories about their legislators, they will be more relevant to their communities. That's I don't know, I mean, it benefits us, I guess, because more journalism is getting done out of our data, but it's just, let's get more journalism out there.
Okay. So picking up on the idea that you have to have good planning, good communication, Zach, I'm wondering if you'd go back now and call up those slides that we saw before, in which you talk about the need for very good organization. But can you and Leomi talk about, how do you get started? How do you make sure the editors are in sync, the roles and responsibilities and the structures and workflows, all the things that have to come together? How do they come together? How do you help ensure that, two newsrooms with different standards, different editorial processes, different capacities, how does it all work? What are the critical questions and pathways are necessary?
Sure, yeah. The two big challenges with the Uvalde investigation, certainly early on, were managing a huge amount of source material and then managing a team of people, most of which we hadn't worked with before. So figuring out how to do that was paramount. Okay, so this is how we did that. So here is an example of sort of the master document that we set up together. Our team was spread out all over the place. Just like on the Washington Post collaboration, for example, we had reporters in Austin, Houston, San Antonio, Washington, and London, which was a real curveball on scheduling meetings with the time zones. So none of us were in the same place for the most part, and all working remotely, we had to find a way to to figure all of that out together. So we had a master spreadsheet so we could all work remotely. The database really divided up like all of the different source material. I mentioned this morning we had body cams, we had radio traffic, we had the crime scene photos, we had the officer interviews after with their supervisors, all of which were incredibly important to putting together the investigations, but we're talking hundreds of hours of audio and video footage and thousands of documents to go through. So very difficult to keep track of, but putting it all together.
So just to back up, when you were working with the Post, and this I think is from that project, right?
Yep.
So, start a little bit from the beginning. Just what are the steps? I mean, the editors have to come together, decide which reporters are going to work on a project, and then is this the result of a conversation with the reporters from the Post about how we're going to keep track of what we're doing?
We kind of figured it out ourselves, right?
Yeah. Before we had this material for a few months before the Post collaboration had started, so we had gone through most of it ourselves. It was a matter of like getting the Post up to speed on it, and the fact that we had built this spreadsheet, and I always love the color code stuff because it just makes it prettier and more helpful to go through. Helped bring new people in a way that wasn't like, oh my God, what are we looking at? In a way that's incomprehensible and in a more like in a quick way. So that helped them get on board in a way that was quicker.
But we also did not share the entire investigative file with them.
Yeah.
We shared the material that was related to our story, which was looking at the medical response, right?
Yeah.
And that was this.
Yeah. So it was tailored to that story, which focused on the flawed medical response. The 911 calls were a big part of it. I think this is the 911 call log. Yes, it is. So yeah, it was really just a sliver of all the material that was relevant to the project. Yeah.
So, how did you communicate? Was it Slack? Was it phone calls? What did you do to communicate what you had? Did you hold routine meetings? And we're talking to people who may be interested in working with others on a complex project. So, what advice do you have about the tools and the processes that help keep things going, meeting deadlines, et cetera, assuming that, your upfront meetings are talking about what it is you want to cover and who's going to do what? Can you talk about how that process worked?
Sure, that's a good question. Communication was key to getting through that awkward, bumpy part that we had hinted at. We divvied up our tasks so everyone had a distinct part of the project that they were working on. The Post brought reporters that specialize in visual forensics, like skills that we lack. And, like, I'm blown away at the talent they have for that. So that was a real asset. We had regular meetings. We stayed in touch via, it was a Signal, like pretty much every day, but I think we met several times a week. We had meetings both with editors and separate from editors. And no offense, Neil, but the meetings separate from editors are also important. Just, it's sometimes helpful to have those off-the-record chats as well, to keep the morale high and stuff going as well on that. But we were constantly in touch, despite the fact that we were very, very rarely in the same place.
Because you don't work in the same building with the bar downstairs anymore. Right?
Yeah, exactly. What, did you have anything else to add about the workflow?
No, I mean, I think at the very beginning it was challenging because remember the Post was instead of using Google Docs, they were using this other thing, some other thing, and then we were like, couldn't, move Google Docs to whatever platform they use, and
Amazon
so
Docs?
I don't know what anyway, so eventually we just all got on our Google Drive was encrypted, so there were logistical things that we kind of ended up getting around. That I think going forward, so when we started working with Frontline, we were all in the same folder. We were all using Google Docs. It took them a while this time to give us access to all their materials. But so I think these are the things that kind of are very important early on. Like if you are going to work together, everybody needs to have access to the things. We need to have access to Frontline script and body, their timeline, because we're sharing our stuff. Otherwise, we're wasting time here a little bit. So I think that just logistical, getting people literally on the same page is what are we using Google Docs or something else, and is everyone in that folder is a basic thing, but surprisingly hard to kind of do.
And were you clear about who makes the decisions among the editors about the shape of stories, or
So the editors would probably have to talk on how that worked on their end, but from our end, which was I think worked very well, is the Post had 2 editors, and then our ProPublica Texas Tribune editor, and then on a higher level there was Sewell, the Texas Tribune editor at the time, and Steve I think had insight. Steve had insight into that too, right?
Yeah.
But so the 3 editors, firstly directly editing the story, would all edit the story, combine their edits, and then come back with we would meet with them, all 3 of them, and they would give us their edits as a whole, which was helpful on their end. On their end, or I don't know how they worked.
The reason I ask is, and I wanted to have you pick up on this, is Dave said to me last night, if I were on the panel, I could tell you stories about how things get very messy when the 2 editors do not agree, or they're not in sync. So
I think that was why they did it this way, which was helpful. So by the time they brought it to us, theoretically they were on our united front. That we then took that feedback, but they worked it out. So at times that took a while.
Okay. Well, I did want to ask you that, how much of the process or the structure do you lay out ahead of time, and do you have written agreements, MOUs about who will do what, and how much is it forecast versus on the fly we have to decide.
I think on the fly is how all of us do a lot of things, right? That's the nature of the business. The answer is yes to all of that. We have some arrangements we have that might be a reporting project. It might be publishing, something. We're doing a TV segment with the public TV station in LA right now, and we have an MOU that says we'll deliver you 2 minutes of video every day, and you'll stick it on the air, and we'll pay for it all for some reason, which I'm still working on. But I think the most important thing is to have that conversation at the top. What do we need to get done? What do we not know? What are we going to make up as we go? When I got to Cal Matters, Dave had started a project with the 4 largest public radio stations in California. Huge commitment. Each news organization took 2 people from their staff, assigned them half-time to this project for 2 years. So you had a team of 10 reporters from 5 different newsrooms working on this project. about what happened to the California dream, right? People used to go to California to achieve the California dream. Now you come to California and have to work 3 jobs to be able to survive. The key to that, I learned from Dave on day one, was there has to be one person in charge. And the brilliant thing they did on that project was they hired an editor to run that project who was not one of those 10 people. It was an 11th person. Came out of one of the newsrooms, but was taken out of that newsroom, put on that project, not allowed to work on breaking news in that newsroom or anything else, just focus on that project. But then the editors had to trust that. I mean, she's great. But you had to trust her. And you had to be okay with, she's going to edit stuff that shows up on my pages, and I can fix something or kill it if I need to, but the goal here is for me to be okay with it, right? That's hard for different people to do. I think we all know as publishers, we're liable for whatever we publish on our formats and our platforms, right? You pick up a story from Cal Matters, you run it, and there's something libelous in it, you can get sued over it. People in California trust us. They pick up their stuff, use it all the time. Same thing with the Texas Tribune in Texas. ProPublica nationally and with their local partners, people use their stories all the time. There's a level of, I'm going to trust that, it's okay. Local publishers that we don't know that well come to us and say, we have a great story, would you republish it? Frankly, we usually say, let us put it in our newsletter. That's going to get more exposure anyway. Send people to you where the story should be, and you can have it on your platform and deal with it. It's all about how much trust you have. And to me, the trust gets built up over time. If you're in a breaking news situation, I mean, if I was trying to cover something like Uvalde, and the New York Times or the Washington Post came to me with their visual journalism experts who were just like rock stars, I would say, yes, please, take all my stuff and help us figure it out. That's different from, let's cooperate on this because our bosses want to, or because we got funding that makes us have to cooperate on it. But I can only, in each one of these cases, the question to ask yourself is, have we sat down and had the conversation about who's going to do what and who's responsible for what and who's paying for what and what happens when things happen? And try to get some of that on paper and then figure out the rest as you go.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. Any questions from our audience?
Just hand you a mic right here. Make it easy.
Yeah, good, thank you.
Thank you. So when you have multiple organizations, especially on the editor level, coming together, given that there's nobody who has theoretically the final say, what happens when you can't get past a disagreement on either a subject or just a different direction?
It just reminds me, at the Mercury News, we did a cooperative project with the Center for Investigative Reporting and a bunch of other news organizations in San Jose. And at one point, the managing editor of the Mercury News stood up and said, well, if we're not doing that, then we're out of here. Like, we're just out of this project. You know who I'm talking about. There are times when you just sort of feel like, I just can't do this. And you have to, right? Yes. You have to be able to say no sometimes. You have to be able to say, I can't put that in my pages, on my website, on my air. It doesn't meet our standards. I don't feel good about it. I'm going to try to fix it. But you can't give over control of your newsroom to somebody else. But you also can't be so controlling that you can never do projects like that, right? So you have to, ideally you work it out. You have a conversation. If another professional journalist comes to me and says, I got a problem with this, I'm probably going to want to hear it. I may agree, I may disagree, I may be less worried about it. I may be thinking about a different audience. We often do stories where, even we acquired the Markup, we will do a story on the Markup website and on the Cal Matters website to the same story but written differently. One for a national or international audience, one for a local audience. Neither one's wrong, they're just different approaches. But you can't, the minute you sort of give up and say, well, whatever they do, we have to do because we're partners, you've kind of lost control of your publication, and then you lose your staff too at that point, right? Nobody wants to think that we're not running our own newsroom.
There's a question.
Sorry. Going as fast.
It's roller skates.
So more and more of these collaborations are they in part because of the decline of the print media at all?
The decline of media in general, I think, right? Print media, yes, but also radio stations, TV stations. Nobody has, in most cases, people don't have as many people as they did before. But also, there's a lot more specialties now, right? If I need, I don't know, Python work done, 30 years ago, if you needed reporting done, anybody with a notebook and a pad and reporting skills was a reporter. There's so much specialization now. You talk about these visual journalism teams that the Post and other places have. sometimes you need somebody's expertise, or that one kid in that one newsroom who could do that one thing nobody else can do with data that you need done. And again, for us, a lot of it, because we cover such a big area, a lot of it is physical presence. I need somebody in that place who knows that place, who can report in that place. But yeah, I would think, right, the shrinkage of staffing, especially in the bigger news organizations, has made this necessary. It's a good thing. Would it have happened if we all had as many people as we did years ago? I don't know.
You mentioned news on the fly, and now we're bombarded by different news every day, and it should be the hot topic of the day. And by the time you get enough data to publish your article, so what about the concept of publishing something like a living document that you put it out and then you keep updating when you have more information?
Is that kind of how you guys did a lot of the Uvalde reporting? I mean,
well,
it's an evolving story.
Yes, but maybe I don't know exactly what you mean living. Like, as we learn a fact, put it up there?
Like a live blog?
Like a live blog?
Yeah, I was going to answer that question a little bit differently, if that's okay. So we just finished a different partnership, actually, also with Frontline at the end of last year about the border wall that Texas is building. And it took forever to put together because Texas does not release any information about where it's building the border wall. So we had to go essentially visit the whole 300 miles of border where they are building it. But we have been talking about the utility of, because it took so long to put together, but it was very valuable data when we did it, updating that database that we had built with new information, because it took so long to put together, 6 months, but to update it, it wouldn't take that much to do it incrementally, and thinking that it would be a valuable public service because the government itself does not do it, but there was a lot of readership on that story if we updated that database with, every month with whatever wall they build. That could be a public service, a big value to them with very little additional work for us. Because, I mean, as Neil had mentioned, we don't have a ton of resources, but if we can get a lot more bang for our buck, like, why not keep doing it?
And another aspect of that is crowdsourcing. I mean, you can put out what you've got so far with the idea that, once it's in the public domain, you might hear or, get more information that adds value to your reporting.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I just had a question about how you message this to your sources. Obviously, the Post had something different in mind with its AR-15 reporting than maybe where you were going with your reporting, and kind of got the little half smile when you said they were talking to some of the same people you were talking to. And I think that's something that we're very protective of as journalists too, that if we bring in a partner, does that undermine our source relationship? And on something where maybe your partner needs to talk to the same people you're talking to, how do you navigate that with your sources so that you still maintain your credibility and the integrity of the project?
Yeah, I mean, I think that was partly why when we started working together with the Post, especially, there was some hesitancy, right? But we were working on one particular project, the medical, how the medical response failed. And so we shared that material and, greatly benefited from their visual forensics team, who was able to put together stuff that we never could. Then we stopped the partnership. They independently obtained, we believe, but do not know for sure, the same investigative trove we had, some of which they used as part of their AR-15 project when they published the crime scene photos, etc. That was different, and it was not the same. Yeah, we stopped our partnership, although some of those reporters involved were in that AR-15 project. Yes, yeah. I mean, and then they got, we think, the same material. But I think what's interesting is that they went a very different direction with, there was not a lot of focus on Uvalde in the AR-15 project, except for that one story that published crime scene photos and had interviews from across mass shootings, but certainly they benefited from having that stuff in the file. We did not attempt to do that. We had all the autopsy photos. We never did that, not because we went a different way. We looked at it from the training perspective and from, like I said, what the children experience and what the officers experience or, were taught. So I think even though we were working from this, we think, don't know for sure, the same trove, essentially, it went very different ways. And to some degree, that's also power of the more people are working on stuff, you're getting still like, revelatory journalism. I mean, I don't know. You maybe have more thoughts on like that.
No, I mean, to your question specifically on the source, if we're doing a collaboration together and you've got a source that person trusts you, you've had a relationship with them over time for whatever, they've come to be a good source of yours for whatever reason. The purpose of collaborating with you is so that I have access to that source through you. I wouldn't expect them to want to talk to me or to do anything other than keep talking to you, and then you're bringing the reporting to the project. Right?
And
that relationship's so valuable.
That was the situation with the story with a few confidential sources, right? That we ended up, our release had a confidential source.
Yeah.
And we were able to kind of navigate that without, for the most part.
Can you say more about that? What was the tension? Tension was about
No, it was
to interview the
no. It was one reporter having a source. Obviously, the sources who gave us the information, we did not share that. But there was an issue, I think, if I'm remembering right. Our release had a confidential source, and we ended up working that out in terms of her keeping the identity of that source, I think. Actually, don't remember, but sharing it with our editors without necessarily going through the reporters.
Yeah. The one thing I was going to add related to your question was sometimes as reporters we don't fully appreciate how sources in the community view news organizations differently. And that does come out in partnerships. Sometimes in my reporting, it happened in Uvalde, it happens some other times with partnerships with ProPublica, and it definitely came out with a partnership with the Post where people were more willing to talk with us because of the affiliation with the Tribune than the affiliation with ProPublica because of people's perception of ProPublica nationally. I mean, we're essentially the same reporter, but in the public consciousness, people think differently. And that does sometimes matter when you are pitching someone who has no idea who you are and you never met before. So.
But there's also, to Neil's point, I think, I mean, that's the benefit of partnering with local organizations who are well-sourced in the community and are trusted and are not coming in from New York, to do what New York people do.
But that goes back to my question about, CBS in your market is also competing with you. Even you may be working on the same story at the same time.
I'm going to argue that they're not competing with us, right? So we could double our page views tomorrow. It wouldn't change our financial picture. We're not advertising driven. CBS has a business. I mean, Paramount has a business, I guess, and CBS is tagging along now. But our goal is just to make Californians more aware of what's going on in the state government and give them more ways to engage in it, to hold government accountable. If we can do that by getting that stuff on our website, that achieves our mission. If we can do that by getting our stuff on CBS TV, that achieves our mission in a different way. Maybe fewer minutes. It might take you 20 minutes to read one of our stories, and you might see a 30-second story on TV, but many more people might see that 30-second story on TV. So for us, it's all additive. Once in a while, somebody picks up one of our stories and doesn't get the byline right or uses their byline or something like that. And, of course, the reporter's like, hey, that was my story. And we'll call them. We'll try to get it fixed. Remember, our main mission is to get it out there. And the next mission is to get credit for it, which we all want. But it doesn't feel competitive unless you're in a situation where somebody's, you feel like those 3 TV cameras banging on the door are going to keep that person from coming to the door when you wish you could go up there quietly and have a conversation with somebody. But that's not it. That's just sort of reporting in the field. At the corporate level, I don't think we're competing at all.
Other questions?
I have one. So in talking about guardrails, you put on a partnership, one topic that I don't think has come up at least directly. So you're working on investigative stuff, and a lot of times, all the time, it's going to be lawyered, right? And so have you been in situations where the lawyers for 2 different news organizations have disagreed on a fact in the story, on a headline treatment, and how do you resolve those?
I don't think we were in that situation with the Post or Frontline. Lexi, I don't think, as far as I recall, we didn't have a legal disagreement, or at least they worked it out maybe before they came to us at a higher level.
And Neil, in a partnership situation, do you draw that up in advance? Who has the final say on legal?
I'm looking at Dave because I don't know that we've had a situation like that with two different lawyers. I mean, lawyers are so expensive these days. If I can get somebody else to pay for the lawyer, I kind of like that idea. But there are also, if you're working at CBS, there are corporate lawyers there who have control over what you do, right? You'll get fired for running a story the CBS corporate lawyer told you to do. As an independent news organization, we have a consulting lawyer who helps us. We pay her by the hour. She's great. We trust her. But she doesn't have final say. If we think, if ProPublica's lawyers have been through something and it's ready to go, we're probably going to be okay with it unless one of us has a question we might bounce off our lawyer. But we haven't. Somebody's got to own responsibility for that, and ideally it's not both of us spending money on lawyers.
So I'm curious, following up on the lawyer, a similar question is who decides what contests you're going to enter and who fills out the paperwork for those?
That's above our head.
Yeah. I don't know.
Did you get buy-in from Frontline? I guess you did. You must have. Did they sign the letter for the Collier entry? Do you know?
I think so. I mean, I think I think you said this earlier. What it did mean is that we were able to submit the package for things we wouldn't have been able to earlier, like the Emmys, audio visual stuff, the Murrows, as
so
well.
many awards these days have multiple organizations on them, right? I think it's kind of become common.
Good. So we just have a couple more minutes. If you had one set of advice or a takeaway that you wanted to leave our online audience with, or the people in this room, about partnerships and how to be successful, avoid the pitfalls we've talked about, what are the key elements of that for you?
I would say, I encourage partnerships. I didn't intend any of this conversation to dissuade them, although we've learned a lot from doing them. I would say to go into them purposefully and to do as much planning on the front end, and don't have to involve reporters in the nitty gritty on the front end, but solicit their input on what you are seeking to get out of them, rather than tell reporters you have entered into a partnership and then deal with it.
Yes.
Would be my advice. But I definitely encourage partnerships.
Yeah, and then I agree with that. Also, just organization, from the very beginning. I mean, being able to share information much more easily from the beginning with Frontline to some degree helped a lot, and having just very regular meetings.
Right. And I heard someone say, practice radical transparency with your partners. How do you feel about that?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
I agree.
And Neil, what's your final?
The only thing I would add, I guess, is to really look for complementary skills, look for additive things. Why are we doing a partnership? Because we need a skill set, because we need geographic access, because we want the distribution, which is often why we'll do it. Why are we doing this? Right?
Okay. Any other thoughts from our audience on this topic? All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Nice pen, by the way.
And thanks, Pam, Lainey, Neil, and Zach, for a terrific day, a great presentation. I should note, just because it's heroic, Neil actually came in from California on a red eye. So his energy level, very, very impressive. And I want to give thanks to all the talented people at the University of Florida College of Journalism and Communications for all the work that made it possible for this to happen. And of course, deepest gratitude to Nathan Collier, whose belief and passion about accountability journalism led him to endow the Collier Prize and Symposium as a lasting resource and legacy. I have a couple of quick notes in closing. So this showcase is just the appetizer for what will be an annual event we'll be holding in November. As Hub Brown mentioned in the onset, November 13th will be the symposium, so look forward to information about that, bigger and better, more engaging, more informative. As details come, mark it on the calendars, but we'll share them along with how to register. We'll be reaching out to all of our attendees in person and online for feedback on this event. what you valued, what you didn't, what we could do better. Please share your thoughts. We'll also be surveying journalists in the coming months on the work you do, the state of journalism today, the state of covering state government institutions today, and your challenges and more. The Collier Prize has a monthly newsletter that features trends and challenges in state government reporting. If you don't subscribe already, please do. We'll be sending you a link. And again, thanks to all of you.